So let me go ahead and paint the picture here. This is Dead Cells, update 29, Breaking Barriers tier list. There's thousands of weapons here, literal thousands, and only so many tiers to put them in. I'm hoping not to spend too much longer than like 1 to 4 minutes per item. I'm also considering this from like a 4 BC and higher perspective. This is also assuming that you are not playing colorless mode. We're not really thinking about the legendaries if possible. We're trying to avoid the star to fixes, because in some cases a star might take this from being a F tier to a S tier. This is basically like you're playing the game normally. It's also worth noting that what we're putting into the tiers are not really in a vacuum. Dead Cells is a game where you have at least 4 items, unless you're playing the Nuzlocke, and then you only have 3 items. Let's take Hokuto's bow, for example. You fire the bullet, it does bonus damage after that. That means if you fire 2 bullets, you're doing bonus damage, but it sucks. You're not expected to get it off of Hokuto, you're expected to get it off of something else, say Alchemic Carbine. We don't rate Hokuto as this is my only item in my inventory. We're rating it with that and how it interacts with other items. We have this meme tier here because this is stuff that I don't really like to measure. It's a little tough to say, oh, the curse sword is in the F tier, because if you don't die, it might be in the S tier. And I'm not gonna just average it out and call it a C. It's dependent on if you died or not. We also have spin to win in the meme tier. Reason why is that this is probably a triple S. And I don't even really take this if I don't plan to just beat the game with it. So I almost feel like it's a for fun run if you end up taking it. No offense to people in the chat who are just taking it nonchalantly, but I do feel as though I skip it whenever I can. Hunter's Grenade actually C tier. So while I do use this sometimes, I don't know if I want to tell people to use it. I know it's in the top 3 builds and as like a pure brute force option. Swole survival, like you want to win, put this thing in there and you have like triple the HP. It's not bad. I just don't want it to be like V is actively taking this. I'm not. I'm choosing not to because I want to play other stuff. Yes, it can definitely go in. I almost put it in this category where it's like I am taking it because I plan to make a meme out of the build. So our first one on the list is the Balanced Blade. The last time we played Balanced Blade, we had it in the B tier. Wow. So we're gonna start off in the S and then bring it down based off of what we say. Balanced Blade has gone through multiple balances, literally called the Balanced Blade, but has been balanced multiple times. I think right now it's in the best state that has ever been, strictly because not only does it deal damage, let's get gear. Not only does it deal the critical damage once it gets to 10 hits, it also like steadily increases its damage up to 90% for every hit that you do. And if you look at this base DPS from 147 to 279, it actually grows. And not a lot of people know that. It grows per hit until it gets the crits, which is like its highest damage possible. But also the crits enable you to use things like Instincto. It's probably one of the best Instincto enablers outside of Swift Sword. It's definitely higher than a B. I'll 100% say that. It did get a promotion. Is it higher than an A though? It's a little short ranged. It is fast. It gets really good affixes. You get crit damage or bonus damage to other stuff. And it does enable Instincto. It's just I kind of think there's gonna be other things in the S tier that I would take over a Balance Blade. And as we go through this, a lot of this will be, hey, is there something I would have taken over this? If so, we gotta drop it down one. I'm gonna try my best not to have a double S or triple S tier. Next on the list, Barnacle. Barnacle previously in the F instant sell tier, which is very sad, very sad. However, the Barnacle has been buffed. It started off as only doing a hit. Now it crits on poison targets, which is new tech. Unfortunately, we don't have it in here. I don't really like to get into a numbers game to like prove if an item is better than another. But the Barnacle doesn't even show its crit DPS. That's really interesting on the new patch. I'm looking at it right now. Interesting. In any case, it's definitely better than an F tier. It's at least situational, right? It's at least as good as your poison that you're dealing out. It's tactics only, so there's a lot of poison options for tactics. You can have a turret that does poison on hit, or a turret that does generate toxic cloud. You can have alchemic carbine. You can get something as simple as corrosive cloud, or any of these auras that when you activate it, a poison cloud goes out. So there's a lot of opportunity to actually get poison for your Barnacle. However, I think it is better than a C. Part of the C rank stuff is that once you get the build, then it works. But I really feel like if you can get it really consistently, almost like there's no real way to not get crits on your Barnacle, I think that takes it out of C tier. Maybe not A, because I think if it was A tier, that means it works by itself. Like, especially if it's in the S tier, but if it's in the A tier, you don't really need the poison at all, which is probably false. So I think B is fine, where the concept is pretty common to get poison. I swear, game, you better give me the poison, and then it shows up, and now it's a good item. Next one, Bloodsword. Bloodsword previously in the A tier. A lot of people in my chat like Bloodsword. A lot of people on Reddit like Bloodsword. I don't. I have played a lot of Bloodsword in my day. Like, I have done legendary builds with Bloodsword. I've done dual bound builds with Bloodsword. I would rather play anything else in the game than play Bloodsword. And I feel like I'm tired of hiding my distaste for the Bloodsword. Like, I want to save face. I want to be like a good person to the community. I want to be inclusive to all my Bloodsword lovers out there. But I'm done. I don't like it. I'd rather just play something else. I don't even, you can even say, okay, V, build dependent, right? Just add other bleeding to the kit and you get the pimple popper. We talk about the pimple popper all the time. That's what the Bloodsword's for. But it's like, I'd rather just play open wounds with any other melee weapon than play open wounds with Bloodsword. I don't know if I like it. And again, Dead Cells is not in a vacuum, so you could say, yes, use this on specific builds. I think the only time I really want to use this is if it has a star, or if I do some kind of porcupine shenanigans, which is like I'd rather Porcupack something else. Anyway, Bloodsword. Bloodthirsty shield. Previously, A tier. Ooh. Okay, not bad, not bad. As survival, you don't have a lot of bleed options either. You can easily find survival stuff that does bonus to bleed, but how do you get bleed? You just can't. What's the damage of blood loss? Is it percent value? So it's not like Elden Ring, unfortunately. It's not percent max HP. It's the number DPS that each blood droplet deals. It deals that damage in one hit. So say that this was 3 damage per tick. When it goes to 5, they explode and deal 15 damage. Bleed itself is typically tied to the weapon's DPS. There's not a lot of options to get bleed outside of the weapon to make it scale off your own total stats. So something like Bloodthirsty shield, the bleed is the damage that's on the shield itself. Should probably swap these. So yeah, Bloodthirsty shield, I think it's pretty good. It gives you a bleed option in survival where you typically don't have one. Against bosses, it's actually really good. So on a boss like the giant, you get to do the parry on the projectiles, and funny enough, the bleed activates on that. Take Timekeeper. You get multi parries on the shuriken. All of those are bleed. Even Conjunctivius, being able to open the conjunct fight with a parry and then bleed on top of it is actually super good. And you know, Conjunct is moving all over the arena, so now you have some kind of option to deal damage while you're running it down. So I think it can stay in the A tier. Would I say it's an instant pickup? As a shield user? I want to say no. I feel like it's kind of hard to put something as an instant pickup. It's like you instantly pick up any shield that you see, I feel. So is it better than the other shields? I don't know quite yet. Blowgun. Previously, in the D tier, and I want to say back in update 24, they added the poison to it. And even then, because I think I used to have this thing in the F tier, because all it did was the backstab. Even with the poison on it, I was a little worried how good it is. My dream setup was with networking, and I'm going to show you all of this to kind of give you an idea of how I thought this item would be good. We did have a viewer build that someone submitted for this. Yeah, see, they continue to take damage due to the poison. And like, I feel like that's good. Like, even if you don't get the crit, the monster will die so long as you shoot something else. So I will go out on a limb and say it is probably better than a D right now. Having Barnacle in here makes it much more usable, so maybe it is build dependent. Networking, Ripper, Barnacle, Snake Fang, you got yourself a good item. But outside of that, I'm not trying to actively use it. If I can help it, I would get rid of it ASAP. But I think C is a pretty good spot for it. Catching up the chat a little bit. What about bosses with this thing? That's why I was saying build dependent. I think that's where the actual Ripper comes in. And the only boss that it doesn't work on, oh, I guess there's 2 bosses, right? Both Conjunctivius and Mama Tick. And I guess technically the Giant too. But I think you have to take Barnacle. Alright, next one on the list. This is the Boomerang. Previously in the B tier. B for Boomerang. I've been using Boomerang a lot lately. I don't know about you all, but it's kinda like not half bad. It packs a massive punch. Remember, you don't have to just use the Boomerang either. As I said, Dead Cells is not just in a vacuum. Okay, so one shot from Marksman does a nice little chunkster. Maybe like 3%. Alright, so one Boomerang does, I think that's more. And I guess to be fair, like you can do this with Marksman. You can't really do that with Boomerang, right? You only get the one. Doesn't run out of ammo. Doesn't actually screw up your positioning, because you can kind of just do it wherever you want. If I had my way, I'd say it's higher than Marksman Bow. Marksman Bow is probably like way down here or something, but I think it's good enough to actually put it into your build if you don't need a shield. Oh, we gotta check Mama Tick. That's one thing I haven't done. All right, Mama Tick. You can also activate Wings of the Crow and just land. And see how it does the electricity? Even though I'm not on top of it. Okay, Boomerang check. It sticks. Really? But not if you're too high up though. I did not think it would stick. Alright. Okay, so Boomerang in the A tier, I'm okay with that. The only boss I think it might struggle on is Hand of the King. Bow and Endless Quiver. This is in the D tier for me. Oh, I'm trying to remember where I last saw someone say Bow and Endless Quiver is low-key giga-busted. It may have been on the Dead Cells official Discord, where people were talking about the spoiler boss. And someone mentioned, yo, I beat Spoiler Boss 2 times in a row with my eyes closed, running the Bow and Endless Quiver. And people asked what was the rest of the build, and they said I was rocking barb tips. And then everyone said, you probably won because barb tips is good. It has nothing to do with Bow and Endless Quiver. And I feel bad about that, because like I don't want to say that the Bow and Endless Quiver does nothing. For those who don't know, this thing has a 3-hit combo. And the 3-hit combo does damage differently on every attack. So it's 1, 2, 3. The third attack is a crit. But I want to say the first 2 attacks are nothing. If you compare that to multi-knock, I feel like multi-knock has a 3-hit combo as well, and it's better. It's hard for me. And again, this is my perspective. Okay, let's check out Bow and Endless Quiver, 3-hit combo. 1, 2, 3. Does about 5%. That looks like it's actually more than Boomerang if you get 3 hits. Or maybe about the same, but more than Marksman. Multi-knock. I don't know. I think that's more. Now, of course, you do have ammo. So you have to consider, okay, V, you will run out of bullets eventually. I kind of feel like even if you were playing barb tips, multi-knock is better. Because multi-knock has more bullets. So I can't see when you take this thing over multi-knock. And you might say, oh, well, V, that means multi-knock is an S tier. Maybe Bow and Endless Quiver is still in the B tier, but multi-knock is like S tier. I'm willing to meet you all halfway. Like, it's not so terrible that it needs like a full build to work. Really, all it needs is barb tips. Like, once the barb tips shows up, it's actually okay. But in terms of like, could I take anything else above it? Yes. It just happens to have a kind of subpar, kind of okay build to it. And again, as I said, this tier list is my perspective. If these are your favorite items, let me know in the comments. V, you're wrong. You're just plain wrong, loud and wrong. I am okay with that, so long as you post a comment saying that. Also, like and subscribe in order to do that. All right, Broadsword. Broadsword, previously C tier. Broadsword in the C tier. And Broadsword got buffed in update 24. I think they equalized the damage so it's not all backloaded. The first couple of hits do like pretty decent damage now. B for Broadsword. So in terms of all the other survival weapons out there, and there's a lot of survival things. Remember, Broadsword is survival only. I feel as though I don't really care to take Broadsword amongst some of this other stuff. So let's just look one for one what I'd rather play. And I think this has a good sorting option here. Wait, what? Oh, that's damage. Okay, so let's say that V, you have a whole armoire of weapons to choose from. One of these weapons you have to take, and Broadsword is at the top of the list. What would I take over Broadsword? Symmetrical Lance, Nutcracker, Scythe, Tombstone, not Toothpick. Would I rather play Oven Axe over Broadsword? Okay, I feel like if I started a run and chat told me, hey, you gotta play either Oven Axe or Broadsword, and I take the Oven Axe, you all know I'm trolling. Maw of the Deep, absolutely. Wrecking Ball, not gonna lie, I would probably take Wrecking Ball over Broadsword for pure fun factor. The Digger, yes. Shovel, no. Giant Killer, I guess yes, but I do have to take it. You can use both. War Spear, absolutely. Flawless, yes. Flint, probably not. Iron Staff, yes. I should have kept count. I have no idea how that helps me right now. So I'm gonna say that it's probably a C, because I think there's other stuff that I won't use over it, and there's plenty of stuff I'll use over it. Shovel Slander, I guess it's just a boring weapon to me. Cleaver, previously in the first S, world premiere S rank on the Dead Cells channel. Yo, Scrap Hearts, hey, like your YouTube vids, happy to catch you live. Welcome, Hearts, happy to have you here. Cleaver does not die to Hand of the King. It hits every boss except Conjunctivious, unless Conjunct is on the actual like center platform. And even then, if Conjunct isn't in the center, it hits everything on the ground. It does work with Staffy, someone was saying that earlier. It works with Sadist Stiletto if you don't want to rock open wounds, but you probably still are. Has good stuff in 4 BC plus, like Generate Toxic Cloud or Cover the Ground with Oil That Burns. I think in terms of every other turret in the game, if I were to take a turret, I would probably take Cleaver. The only thing Cleaver doesn't help with is flying monsters. So bats, Shantae, and the literal bomber, but the bomber does slam down eventually. Outside of that, like, I think it's the best turret next to Tesla Coil. If I see it and I'm playing Brutality, if I'm not playing infantry, like close range stuff that crits, I guess anytime I'm not playing a crit build, I should probably use Cleaver. Better than Fire Turret? I think it's better than Fire Turret, because Fire Turret dies. I guess the only advantage is Flamethrower might actually hit bats or something. Next up, Cluster Grenade. Previously, in the D tier. Why did I say Cluster Grenade was a D tier? It is because it is very, very difficult to land all of the clusters at the same time compared to all the other grenades. So Cluster Grenade does 50 damage per cluster. Powerful Grenade does 200 damage. So the idea here is that 4 Cluster Grenades equals 1 Powerful Grenade, right? Is that how math works? I landed 3, and then the actual like hit itself, compared to Powerful, that is the 1. Cluster Grenade is on a 20-second cooldown. Powerful Grenade is on a 13-second. I can do almost 2 Powerful Grenades before I can do 1 or 2 clusters. Sure, you can try to get the boss into the corner, like, hey, look at this bonus damage. I still only landed 3. Yo, Ladder, you're just now joining in. Right on time, I say, right on time. Needs CDR to be usable, but CDR also works on the Powerful Grenade. Powerful Grenade, 202 for some reason. Cluster, better spot. That was 4, but the 4 is 200 damage. I think it's worse than Cluster Grenade. I mean, worse than Powerful Grenade. Like, you can run it, but I think you're running it in order to get something else that works better than that. So we're gonna keep this in the D tier for now. Next up, Corrosive Cloud. Previously, oh god, we just did our first S rank, and now we're looking at the first potential F. Now you may be wondering, V, what is your issue with Corrosive Cloud? If you look at it, what Corrosive Cloud does is it applies poison and bleed to the target. And you would think to yourself, well, V, pimple popper, right? Like, look, think about all the bleed. Like, stacks on stacks on stacks of bleed. You can't possibly get more bleed stacks from anything in the game besides Corrosive Cloud. Okay, so Corrosive Cloud, you're thinking, okay, V, pimple popper, right? You get stacks on stacks on stacks of bleeding. But unfortunately, the bleed only applies 1 stack. Same with the poison. So you can't even pimple pop that because it doesn't fill up. I feel like the other issue with Corrosive Cloud is now we have to fight in this, right? In order to actually get the corrosion. You can say the same thing with Cleaver. V, so long as you stay in the Cleaver, same scenario. But Corrosive Cloud has a 20-second cooldown. Whereas Cleaver, if I screw it up, let's say that Concierge jumped to the left-hand side. Now this Corrosive Cloud is useless. If I was rocking Cleaver, then I could at least reposition it. And now we can like dance on Cleaver over here. So I don't really know when I ever want to play that. even in biomes, when you think about, okay, V, well, it's kind of good in the biome. You have all these monsters that you don't have to fight over space on Cleaver. As long as they're in the cloud, they're taking damage. But on a 20-second cooldown, I don't know how often it's actually doing something in the biome compared to just running Knife Dance, Lacerating Aura, which again, perhaps those are just S rank. I don't know if I want to waste a slot by putting this thing in. I think I'd rather play anything else. All right, I'm keeping it at F, I think. If anyone can come up with a viewer build that uses this thing and I feel like it's popping off, definitely submit it. Next up, Corrupted Power. Previously a D tier. Okay, V. How could Corrupted Power possibly get out of the D tier? I'll tell you. Corrupted Power got buffed. Corrupted Power now deals % increased damage compared to what it was in the past, which it applied its own DPS to the target. And you would say, okay, that sounds kind of cool. It's a little bit of a buff. Is it really like good enough to get it out of the D tier though? On what if Corrupted Power is good in survival? You think to yourself, V, like survival weapons are actually pretty strong, but sometimes I don't really care for their skills. Like Giant Whistle, you get to use it every once in a while, that's whatever. What if Corrupted Power buffs your Scythe by 50% for 8 seconds? And you're rocking things like Kill Rhythm. You're rocking Ice Armor. Okay, so regular hit, 210. Critical, moist critical, 868. Ow. Corrupted Power. $762. Did it run out? Okay, that's a big chunk. That's a bigger chunk, right? It just doesn't show the number. 624 did a chunkster, so you would imagine that Corrupted Power on that. Okay, that's noticeable. Corrupted Power is now usable on everything at level 1 tactics. That's definitely better than a D, 100% better. Is it better than a C? So I think in Brutality, Face Flask does exactly what this thing does. And maybe there is a scenario where you use both Corrupted Power and Face Flask Vengeance while playing Brutality. While Survival, if you're rocking something like the Scythe, I think you still need Ice Grenade or Ice Armor. Or else you will kind of struggle to land the actual bonus damage. If you're not playing Scythe, you might be using something like Shovel. And to be honest, Shovel with Corrupted Power is kinda not that bad. I think it's probably not an A because the bonus damage taken, and it eats a slot from you, so I think you could actually lose. Next up, Blue Staffy. Brand new to the tier list, never before seen. Wait, I just realized I got 15 smiles, but 6 poops. I got 6 craps. Who out there gave me the crap? So what does Little Staffy do? It does a critical hit on bleeding targets, and then it digivolves into Mega and becomes a War Greymon. That's Mega, right? I think it is. Critical on bleeding targets. If you look at the damage, Leghugger this right? Mushroom Boy does more. Owl does more. And Owl never misses. So let's deduct the point based off the damage compared to other pets. The bleed part, okay. V, it has a button. The button allows you to like hit targets with bleed and then it can do its thing. I feel like it's almost meme worthy. Like you're doing that strictly to level up Leghugger and not actually kill the monster yourself. I feel like if you press a button that's not the Leghugger button, the monster is probably dead. Compared to pressing the Leghugger button, the monster lives. It's a snack now. Really, the only time I usually level up Leghugger without AFKing is in bosses. But I kind of want to show you all like why I struggle with Leghugger half the time. All right, so someone wanted to check on the breach, like how good is the monster in biomes. I do believe the monster does not care. And like I said, I pressed the button. If that was a grenade, I would have simply killed the monster. Get in there. Now, one thing that's nice about Staffy is Staffy doesn't die. So Staffy can sit in this and not really get any damage taken. Then again, Mushroom Boy also does the same thing. 19 damage a hit. And then the critical. 36, 44. I mean, Concierge will die to this eventually. The reactivation would be more useful if it worked like Owl, long cooldown, but makes all the bites apply bleed. Yo, it transformed by itself. On one boss. That's not terrible. All I had to do was AFK in Concierge. Okay, this thing? Staffy AFK? Doesn't even follow me? Staffy! What if I go down here? Okay, so Staffy will go down to the bottom floor. Staffy! What's it doing? Look at this, that's perfect positioning. I can get so many hits. Please. We found the sweet spot. Okay, here we go, here we go. I should have used the health pot. Okay, Staffy eating. Staffy a little confused. But Staffy's getting that sashimi. Alright, it's a little boosted. But technically, like, it does work. I just don't know, based off what I saw, you're not allowed to do Conjunctivious or Giant. I don't think it's sell on sight, but it's definitely not... I almost want to put it down here, to be perfectly honest. It struggles on hitting the best bosses, which is Conjunct and Giant. I'm not willing to put it down in the F. I would rather take it over Corrosive Cloud any day. All right, Crowbar. Crowbar previously in the B tier. B for Crowbar. Crowbar. Oh. Oh, okay. A lot of people don't like Crowbar because it needs emergency door. An emergency door is a tactics weapon. And I'm not going to say you're wrong. But you may not realize that Crowbar has some of the highest base, like non-critical DPS. Or at least is in like the top 50% percentile. And again, I try not to focus on the numbers too much, but Crowbar as single hit is stronger than a lot of this stuff, even though a lot of this stuff will crit eventually. Oh my god, wait, I feel like all of this stuff crits eventually. Okay, so sure, I will put it down a knock. What does Crowbar do? Crowbar is a normal attack that crits on enemies if you break a door. Doors exist in prison quarters. Yo, doors don't even exist in every biome, now that I think about it. So not toxic. Next tier. Not ancient sewers. You're actually not going the toxic route if you're playing Crowbar. Graveyard has a couple of doors, not a ton. Fractured Shrine has some doors. It's a little tough. As the game goes on, once you get into like High Peak Castle and stuff, there's still some doors. I feel like it's not that bad. I just think people don't want to use this, which is fair. Again, another situation where you're losing a slot just to get crits when I could just play anything else. Literally anything else. I'd rather play it over Bloodsword though. Is this bad? What do y'all think about this? F tier Bloodsword, Crowbar D. B, in your opinion, it's not a bad weapon. It's just there's so many things in Dead Cells now. Actually, I should preface this for the tier list itself. There's not a lot of bad anything right now. Like, there's a lot of stuff in the game that is usable to some degree compared to in the past where stuff was legit troll to take it. You can't do Bloodsword like that. Not F on Bloodsword. I'm kind of okay with this. Like, a lot of these things I really don't care to see. And if I were to take this, I feel like I'm memeing because I'm using the door. But I don't really want to put it in the meme tier because technically Crowbar's not bad. It really isn't. It's just I could use anything else. All right, let's move on. They're both D tier. Eventually you want to change it to something else. The Crushinator. S rank. We are seeing a pattern here where V believes turrets are kind of strong in Dead Cells. I think Crusher is probably one of the best turrets in the game for survival. Crusher has invisible power. Not only does it do like this high damage hit, it slows enemies that's on it. It stuns enemies. But the other thing that you don't realize is that a lot of bosses will lose their attack when they're hit by Crusher. Mamatic, Concierge, Timekeeper, all of those monsters are slowed in the Crusher too. Timekeeper, a matter of fact, most of my no-hits on Timekeeper and Scarecrow involve Crusher. Simply because you put them on the Crusher itself and it will eat half of the boss's hits by itself. You also combine this with the fact that it works with Heart of Ice. And I actually think this plus Heart of Ice is almost an instant top 3 S rank build. You could be using any weapon in the game. If you put this with Heart of Ice, it's probably winnable. As tactics, I don't really use this as tactics too much because I don't need the crowd control all that often. But it's not a terrible pick. It's probably an A rank in tactics, S rank in survival. So I'd rather keep it in the S, assuming that whatever situation, it wasn't good in tactics. it's super niche. The only boss that this doesn't work on is the giant, but it does still do damage to the giant's fist. It just doesn't interrupt it. All right, next up, the cudgel. Previously in the B tier, very usable. Really, this is a case of, would you rather use any other shield over this thing? It does a stun, which is okay. Think about what you want to stun after doing a parry. Bosses. Do all bosses get stunned? No. That includes Hand of the King and Scarecrow do not get stunned, and neither does the giant. So you may think, okay, perhaps we don't use this on those bosses and use a different shield instead, but at least I get the stun on elites in biomes. But to be fair, when you do a parry on a monster in a biome, the chances are you will probably be able to hit it afterward. The only exceptions are things like the slasher. Slasher will continue the combo if you do a parry with certain shields. And as a new player, you may not know that, so the cudgel is better for new players. But as you learn that unless you literally stun it, the combo will continue eventually, you just have to dodge roll. So I think it's like, it's still a good shield. It's not 0, but I think some stuff is a little better than it. But in terms of shields, I think it's a placeholder shield. I think you want to get rid of this because you're playing shield and use something else, not cudgel. Cudgel's good on queen, so good on queen. I'm gonna assume that's because queen is heavily stunned. That's actually, I kind of need to see this for my own reasoning. I don't know how effective the stuns are on the new bosses. Wow. It's a pretty decent stun. The ice doesn't last as long, but it does actually apply. Let's see how effective stun is in this fight. About the same. Ice, about the same as well. It's pretty nice. I'm surprised that worked. Now, okay. Part of my point for this in general, cudgel only hits one monster compared to ice shield that actually does an AoE. What's this song? You can do exclamation point song. So in terms of would I take cudgel over ice shield, I don't think I would. I would actually keep it as the ice shield and be able to deal like an AoE freeze, and it freezes the projectile that you knock backward. So I think ice shield's better, for me at least. Again, this is my perspective. If you want to play the cudgel, it's not bad. It's in the D tier because we replace it once we see something. Now, Pollo Power. Pollo Power was on the specific tier list only for crossover. And on the crossover tier list, I think it's in the S tier. Okay, so in my defense, I really like Pollo Power, and the memery of talking about 11 herbs and spices and stuff like that, it's like super fun to me. My bad, rip immersion. So yeah, I had this in the S tier because of one specific build, and that's literally the 11 herbs and spices, where you use open wounds because Pollo Power counts as melee hits. You roll for a Pollo Power that does bonus damage to bleeding target. You run Instincto so that you have more Pollo Powers. And then you could either play like the Owl or anything else that allows you to deal damage while in Pollo form. I guess technically Corrupted Power is that? But that's a lot of stuff. I also think at the Golden Corral, when Susie also asked me about Pollo Power, I'm gonna assume I tell her don't use it. Like, you will die. So a lot of times when an item is like Veedotme can use it and no one else should use it for sake of your own sanity, I think that makes it meme worthy. I personally really like it, but it's almost like this thing right here. I'm only playing Pollo Power strictly to play Pollo Power only. If I'm gonna use Pollo Power as like a one-off skill that I use on rotation, I probably should be using any other button. Don't let Doc Firebird know of this build. He always gets Pollo. Yo, Doc, if you're out there, hang on. Kind of wish I had the Timekeeper in here. Let's go to Hand of the King. So this is the build. I actually use Corrupted Power in this, which is hilarious. So this is the build. Open Wounds, Pollo Power that does bonus damage to bleeding target, and I assume Corrupted Power does something. I assume. Now watch the health bar. Off one Pollo. Look at the damage. One Pollo Power almost took Hand of the King into phase 2. And it's still burning. I think Corrupted Power is what's doing the burn. And we have cooldown reduction. So every egg, this is why I literally have it in the meme tier, because I'm not using anything but Pollo Power. And if I said Susie can do that, I'm trolling. And again, Susie's got some hours in the game. That's fine, but I don't want to be the one to have someone lose 5 BC for the first time because V said play Pollo Power. I'd rather you play something that is actually like good. I want you to use something that you know how to use. Yeah, you can't get no hits with this either. I like it, but I think I'm keeping it in the meme tier. Alright, Death Orb. Death Orb previously in the C tier for situational. Can I get a Y in the chat if you actually use Death Orb in your regular runs? I think the last time I used Death Orb was like 2016. Back when we could use 2 Death Orbs with Hunter's Instinct reducing its own cooldown. So I actually might be the outlier here. I just don't play this thing. Yo, Secret Agent Ryan, welcome. Happy to have you here. So the nice thing about Death Orb is that it has breach to it. So sometimes you have Slasher running at you with the sword, and you do the Death Orb and it actually stops in its tracks. It's like, oh snap, I got Frieza's Death Bowl in front of me. I would get scared too if I saw that. In terms of the other survival things in the game, would I rather play something else? I don't know if there is anything else. That's the problem. There's not a lot of survival powers, I feel, that actually do damage. So at this point, I barely play survival with damaging skills. I only play surviving skills like Ice Grenade and maybe Root Grenade. So here, what would I rather play for Death Orb? I'll probably play Death Orb over Stun Grenade. I'd probably use both of these, but I'd rather use Root plus either of these than Death Orb. Maybe I play it over Cluster, but probably not powerful. Giant Whistle. That's a toughie. You know, there's a lot of... Oh, well, okay. 100% chance I'm playing Scarecrow Sickles over Death Orb. But would I rather take a Giant Whistle over a Death Orb? Like, if I was going through a biome with nothing but the skill, Death Orb is better. If I'm going through a biome with something like the Shovel, and I run into a Hammer Elite, Giant Whistle is probably better. I don't think it's outright bad. I think the other stuff is probably B and higher. So I think I'm willing to keep Death Orb in the C tier as someone who doesn't really use Death Orb, right? Just thinking hypothetically, if I were to ever play this, it's probably going to do damage to somebody. I just won't be using it in the biome that much. And if I do, it's almost like the Leghugger. I'm like delaying the game. All right, double CrossbowMatic. Double CrossbowMatic. Previously in the B tier, mostly because out of all the turrets, double CrossbowMatic doesn't miss. I think that's probably the best part about it. The other thing that makes it good is that it can shoot the Giant's Fist at the same time. I mean, you may think, okay, V, the double CrossbowMatic is the best turret versus the Giant. And I almost want to say that's like not always the case, because technically the Cleaver does hit the Giant's Fist. So I think compared to all the other tactic stuff, it's probably fine as is. Maybe it does stay in the B tier. Like, it's not build dependent, it works on its own. It's not a placeholder, because technically you could beat the game with it. And it's definitely not F tier. I just don't use it compared to the other stuff, but maybe that other stuff is S tier, right? You can't say, oh, well, this is an F tier because Tesla Coil is in the triple S. Like this. Like, that's unfair, right? So let's go ahead and keep it in the B tier. Let's catch up the chat a little bit. Yo, Silver, good to see you. Hope you're having fun in, keep forgetting the name of the game. Neon White. Silver, are you picking up Cuphead DLC next week? Love how the list is not moving. I'm a talker. I'm super bad. And like, I have to go through my own mental in order to figure out what I want to say. An hour has passed. And we have all of these rows left. You do plan to play it? Nice, nice. Death Orb over Crowbar? Yeah, try to think of it as like, this is melee brutality. And in terms of melee brutality, or brutality in general, it's D tier compared to Death Orb as survival power only. C tier. Neon White is phenomenal and you love it. Only reason I'm not playing it is because I don't want to do the persona stuff. I don't want to talk to NPCs. Can we rename C to circumstantial? The spelling is hurting your brain. All right, Electric Whip. Previously in the S tier, rare, never before seen, S tier item. Electric Whip, people use this for speed running. People use this for no hits on bosses. You just flotate over the boss, it can't hit you. You spam this and you win. It hits Concierge, Conjunct, Mamatic, does really good on Mamatic. Hits Scarecrow, Timekeeper, Giant, really good on Giant. Really good on Hand of the King. Kinda decent on Servants, because you can like pop them once and then keep running up without having to like really worry about doing a full combo. Works well on the Queen, even though you just kind of spam, and maybe you just spam all the time on Queen. And then Spoiler Boss gives you flotation over Spoiler Boss. It's all around good. The combo's good, it's fast, it has auto targeting to it, it's AoE. If you didn't know, Electric Whip, the electricity like jolts to other enemies. So if you have rats in prison quarters, you're hitting Oven Knight, you're actually killing the rats for free just by aiming at the Oven Knight. It's really good. I don't think it can go below S unless it gets a giga nerf. And if this thing gets nerfed damage-wise, that's really gonna hurt it. Hopefully this thing remains untouched, because it's in a good spot right now. If anything, we just need stuff moved up. I need Bow and Endless Quiver moved up, so I don't play this thing. Shout out to all my Edor gamers out there. C for situational, right next to Crowbar. But Crowbar got moved down to the D tier. Situational, yes, but so I worry about build dependency in this. I feel like this is so okay. Blowdart. Remember how we went through Blowdart and we came up with all of these cool builds that utilize Blowdart, but Blowdart on its own is kind of subpar. Once the builds come into play, then it's actually not subpar, it's kind of decent. Door, however, doesn't have that. Door has, are you using Crowbar? If yes, it is a D tier. If no, it is possibly an F tier. And that's not to say that it's completely unusable. I used to have unusable in here, but I got rid of that language. And now it's just, I don't play it. Unless I guess I'm Mimi. You may ask, okay, V, what does the door do that makes it usable? Door has damage reduction on it. Door actually does damage, just kind of weird. Oh, never mind. But Door can get poison on hit, which is kind of funny. When Door gets destroyed, it actually fires out little barbs, and the barbs can apply poison, bleed, all of that kind of stuff. But the only other thing the Door does besides damage reduction is like covers the ground with oil that burns and stun. When you roll through an enemy, it works just like a regular Door. It stuns the enemy on the opposite side. I think if they were to buff this thing, you almost have to think of it, it needs to do a little bit more than just that. So for example, it can block projectiles. You may think, oh snap, you see an Arbiter or Timekeeper. This is actually the best example. You see Timekeeper, you drop the Door because you aren't using a shield. It blocks all the shurikens. Is that true, V? Can the Timekeeper get us out of the D tier? I mean, out of the F tier? When you break the Door, it deals like 7 damage. Is that busted or no? What do y'all think about that? It doesn't even block 1 bullet. Blocks that. I mean, that's cool, I guess. But really, what matters are the bullets. And it can't even block 1 of them. Yeah. Okay, so devs, my wish list for the Door. If you don't want to, like, it's okay for items to not be S tier. Let me say that. It is okay to not have an S tier Door. But if I could ask for one thing, perhaps the Door should tank at least Timekeeper's bullets, at least. Maybe more than 1. I will take 2 if possible. I will take 2. Explosive Crossbow, A tier. Explosive Crossbow is a dual-handed weapon. The first shot is a bullet, second shot is a bonk. So you get one of these. I actually think it's good. It doesn't really have a build around it though. Yo, Mishi, welcome, happy to have you here. It doesn't have a build around it. It's just almost like Boomerang, it's just kind of good. But the thing that's really nice about Boomerang is that you have the advantage of throwing it along with other stuff. It makes whatever that build was even better. I don't think there's anything like that for this. You can't rock point blank and expect it to work all the time like heavy crossbow. You can't use Tranquilo and expect that to work every time. You can try to build around it where like you bonk and then you shoot, but chances are I feel like it will probably die anyway. So I don't know if It's not a D. I will say it's not a D. Because it is actually kind of fun to use, and the bonk is like super fun. And does decent damage, and kills bats. But I think heavy crossbow is better in most circumstances. Like 75% of the time, heavy crossbow is probably better. On bosses, the only time I would want this over heavy crossbow is maybe on Mamatic, only because you can snipe. But then again, if you're playing Mamatic, you can probably just spam the square button with heavy crossbow when it's better. I didn't 100% it, but I finished the main story in Dead Cells. Yo, congratulations. Hopefully, I think you got a boss cell out of that, and if so, welcome to 1 BC if that's the case. Alright. Decoy. In the F tier. Oh my god. Really? They buffed this thing. Decoy can be manually detonated after a few moments. It's not a grenade, but you don't have to awkwardly wait for it to explode if you don't want to. What they did, it has like a 3-second lockout. Once the 3 seconds are over, it explodes, dropping bombs. I think there's 3 bombs for 60 damage. This feels wrong. No, 22 damage for 3 bullets. That seems wrong. I think it's stronger than that. All right, 187. Show you all the detonation. 3 seconds. Yeah, that was like 5 bombs. Unfortunately, wait, the cooldown's broken. This is not a 3-second skill, by the way. Unfortunately, the cooldown looks like it's 20 seconds, so not very good there. I think it's better than F. It's almost like a tactics giant whistle. In 4BC, it's like kinda not great because a lot of monsters will just ignore it and teleport to you. So you have to play it differently in 4BC, which is kinda unfortunate. I almost feel like if you're invisible in 4BC, you should drop all aggro. And that's not the case in Dead Cells. So I'll tell you what, I will move it out of the F and into the D. Because I think in biomes, unless you're literally running by enemies using the invisibility, it's probably not any better than using Knife Dance while tactics. I guess we don't have a lot of bombs. Maybe oil grenade or magnetic grenade. And on bosses, it's like a giant whistle, which is, it's okay. New item. Never before seen new item, pickaxe. Never measured before, ever, by anybody. I promise you that. Pickaxe. This gives you critical hits when you have $12,000. In 4BC and higher, $12,000 is not that hard to get. Yes, they added new mutations to the game that allow you to get money. I rarely use those when I play this thing. It's just I am very strict with my spending. So I think in terms of all the other survival weapons, if you have $12,000, it is probably one of the best. The only issue with it is it has a little bit of a wind up to it. So you do like this hit where you smack the ground, and the third hit you jump, and then you slam, almost like you're playing Steve from Minecraft and Smash. You can get hit during that. So I think you play this almost like the Scythe, where it's this plus Ice Grenade plus Ice Armor. You kill everything with this, and you use the ice to make sure you don't get hit. I think if you do that, it's an S rank item. If you don't use survival stuff, you just get hit for it. And you're playing survival anyway, so getting hit, not that bad. You just rock what doesn't kill me with a shield, get all your health back. Easy S rank. Fire Blast. Honestly, one of my favorite fire skills in the game. But I have this as a B tier. And the reason why is sometimes it's a little dangerous to use. But there is a Acrobatic pack, Fire Blast out there that is kind of good. I'm just a little worried about putting that on the tier list because I feel like it's kind of false advertising. And this might mean the different. Well, it's so tough because like I don't really want to put this on the tier list strictly because of broken behavior. But you may call it Giga Busted behavior. Maidenless behavior. Okay, so normally, this is what it does. Just fires out a blast. If you're rocking oil, it will actually crit, which is actually pretty good. When you have Serenade, and you roll, oh no. Was it fixed? Aha! We have done it. Once again. And you only really need to do it the one time. A matter of fact, if you have Fire Blast and you see the Serenade, I think this also works with Lightspeed Dash. It persists through biomes. It persists through the actual cutscenes and all of that. And it's a real Fire Blast. This is not like a visual bug. All it takes is Serenade or Lightspeed. And sure, you could say V, please don't tell the devs. If you put it higher than a B tier, guaranteed they will check. Why did Mr. Streamer put this in the S tier? Surely it's not because the bug is still there, right? Right? Is that measurable? Don't tell a soul. Tell no one. All right. Molotov cocktail. Previously in the C tier, situational. I swear I've done this in a build recently, and I just don't remember what it does. Is Lightning Blast still suicide? It has to be, right? Because of that. I don't remember what the build was that I played Molotov. If it was like fake tactics or something, but whatever it was kind of busted. So the reason why I have it in here is that while it's very usable, it really, almost like a Hokuto's bow, it's only as good as the rest of your build. And in some cases, Hokuto like accelerates because of the build. So I feel like it's worse than Hokuto. I think we're gonna keep it in the C, unless I can figure out what that busted build was. Like, it's fun to have this as primary, and then Hemorrhage or Gilded Yumi in the backpack. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was a survival Molotov with Gilded Yumi in the backpack, and I'm rocking Acrobatic pack. And that, like, is okay. It's almost like the blowgun situation where the build is, like, decent. So I think we're gonna keep this in the C for now, unless I come up with something better. Scavenged Bombard. Never before seen, never measured, ever, by anyone. What this does, for those who haven't seen it, it is a survival tactics turret that fires cannonballs, similar to the Pirate Captain, that's Gangplank from League of Legends. It's a slow weapon. The fire rate is slow, the bomb itself is slow. But what the bomb does is it does a heavy breach. And or stun. So when you're fighting against bosses, similar to Crusher, it will do the same thing. And I kind of have to show it because even I don't really know what this is going to look like. Okay, so Bombard actually is very tanky too. But the big thing about it, it's not really doing the interrupt very well, I feel. Ooh, the bombs roll back. That's kind of fun. But look how tanky it is. It looks like it has a duration to it. I wonder why it just left like that. Okay, so you slammed. Slam? Yeah, I guess it must have some kind of max duration. Yeah, I think it's not as good as Crusher when it comes to interrupting attacks. It does decent damage, and on some bosses that have long combos, being able to interrupt that's pretty nice. But it's not an S tier. It can't be better than Crusher. Is it an A tier? I feel like the answer is maybe no. I think it's about on par with this thing. It's nice because it just doesn't die. You just have to stay on top of it a little more so. And when you're playing tactics, that's not that great. When you're playing survival, I think it's good. We'll do a couple more and then let's take a break. I don't think we're halfway done. And it's... once I start the timer, it's now 1 hour and 20 minutes. Fire grenade. Previously an A tier. And the reason why I have fire grenade in the A tier is when I compare it to all the other grenades, grenades typically do their damage the one time, and then that's it. This thing does... Oops. This thing does 25 plus 25, so 50 damage right out the gate, compared to powerful grenade that does 200 damage. But then over time, the burn should do more damage than powerful grenade. Should, right? Yo, Avok, I didn't know you stream on Saturdays. Or did you stay up? No, you couldn't have, right? Welcome everybody, I'm Veedotme. We're doing a tier list of our main game Dead Cells here, trying to figure out, after not having done one for a year. Oh, I wish it gave the date I posted this. But I think someone said we posted this last September. So we haven't done anything since then. So it's really cool. It was a rare daytime stream. Yo, Avok, thank you for that. It's a quick shout out as well. For those who don't know, we play games with Avok sometimes every Wednesday for Wholesome Burst Live. A lot of cool management and engineering games, and a lot of other indie games as well. Plus the whole YouTube backlog on YouTube. Incredible stuff. Thank you, Avok, for bringing your community over. Do appreciate that. Now, right now, we're trying to think of, for those who have played this game before, Dead Cells, a weapon that does... We got the math majors in the chat. 50 damage. Cakes in the chat? Oh, that was just super late. A weapon that does 50 damage, and then an additional 25 for 3, compared to 200. I think it's better than Powerful Grenade. Powerful Grenade is nice because you get to like insta-pop bats and stuff like that, but Fire Grenade does that too. And it's on a shorter cooldown, right? Fire Grenade, 13 seconds. Powerful, 13. Same blow for blow. I think you have to leave this as an A just so that Powerful Grenade is a B. Previously in the S tier. Interesting. So Flamethrower is red-purple. So you think to yourself, is it better than double CrossbowMatic? I want to say the answer is yes. Is it better than Cleaver? I want to say no. I would rather use the Cleaver than use Fire Grenade. Other fire turrets, I don't think there's very many, but now you're competing against Knife Dance, Lacerating Aura. Both could be S tier for all we know. But I feel like I'm not really using the Flamethrower all that much when I'm playing Tactics. Like it's almost like it's poison meta. Like if I can find poison Barnacle, it's probably better than playing Flamethrower. But out of the box, like in a vacuum, Flamethrower is better than Barnacle. But I think Barney with the actual poison is better. So I think these should be tied. Where I kind of prefer the Barnacle if it's gonna show up. Andre and you were talking about the Death Orb. Yeah, I gotta play more Death Orb. I think that's the issue. I have 18,000 hours in this game, and I've played Death Orb probably 5 times in my life. So I think I'm okay with this. I like Flamethrower. Please continue using it. It's just personally, there's other fun stuff for me that I would rather see than playing Flamethrower for the 5,000th time. Flashing Fans. Previously, in the B tier. B for fan. The fans, it's almost like a crowbar. It does just normal hits. And like blow for blow, a normal hit from the flashing fans, it's weaker than crowbar. And you hope you just have a better crit condition. So no crit. Oh, this is actually a good enemy. Knock that back, and now I crit. Very simple stuff. I wish you could yeet the powerful grenade, but you cannot. But I'm 90% sure you can yeet. You can't yeet the turrets anymore? And even, okay, so to be fair, throwing your Sinew Slicer across the map, probably not that good. But if that activated the crits, that was fun. But I think that tech is gone. We gotta reduce it, I think. Does it work with Parting Gift? But you have to like activate the Parting Gift. And Flashing Fans can't do that by itself. Some weapons can. Wrecking Ball can activate Parting Gift. But fans cannot. And maybe you could like do Firebrand plus this, and that will give you Parting Gift, and then maybe you can yeet it. But I feel like that's it's a lot of work if it doesn't crit. And even then, if it did work that way, it's probably one of these. Like you're making a build specifically to do that, and it's subpar. All right, Flawless. Flawless. Previously in... Ooh, this one was tough. I remember we were struggling to rate the Flawless because if you never get hit, Flawless is amazing. If you get hit all the time, Flawless sucks. So what do? We have it in the A right now, where the idea is more often than not, you're not getting hit that much. So because of that, Flawless is actually extremely potent. And V, if you get hit, just press a different button than Flawless. Which is, I guess, kinda okay. We're going back into Dead Cells because I want to see one thing and one thing only. And it's disgusting. Alright, so roll through, we get a crit. Get hit, does not crit. So pretty balanced. Alright. It is fun in Porcupine. I have used it multiple times. I really like it. Am I willing to keep it as an A? I guess I can. Basically, the idea here is that you don't get hit that often. If you do, you have probably lost the game. And Flawless is probably not the reason you're getting hit, because Flawless has a really good combo to it. Unlike some of the other survival stuff, Flawless goes up. It has an upswing. So that hits bats, which is very good. If you get hit that many times, it's probably no worse than all of this other stuff. you will die just as likely getting hit that much. Flint. Previously, D tier. Thank you, thank you. So Flint has two things. You can hold the button down to charge up a big bonk. When you do the bonk, it actually fires out a flame across the ground, which is not truly flame. It's fake. It's like a PNG. But if you have oil on the ground, it actually ignites the oil into fire. And that's like the one sort of Easter egg, I guess you can call it. If you don't do the bonk, it actually lets you spam attacks. It's probably one of the fastest survival weapons in the game, because you can just spam down hits. DPS wise, it's not great to do that. I know it says 224 base DPS. I feel like that's a lie. Does it ignite oil if you roll through it with the backpack? No, because it doesn't do the charged attack from the backpack. It only does the basic hit, which is worthless, basically. All right, so on Concierge, a basic hit, 109. If you spam it, it's not as fast as I thought it was. It does that much. If I were to use Flawless, okay, it is much stronger than Flawless. If I were to use Broadsword, it is stronger than Broadsword's basic attack. Is that right? 390 and 3 hits? That's a lot more. So 100, 270, 610 in 3 hits compared to 300 damage in 3 hits. So I guess if you do the other hits of Broadsword, it's not better. Pickaxe seems faster. Yeah, Pickaxe is probably now the better version of the Flint. Like, you probably have no reason to use Flint in a world where Pickaxe exists. And then igniting the oil on the ground, while that's kind of cool, it enables you to activate bonus oil damage, which is double damage. To do Flint, to make that happen, I don't know if I really want to carry Flint, ever. I'd rather just play Pickaxe plus a shield. And the shield can do oil plus fire. Next up on the list, Force Shield. Previously, the meme tier. So I put it in meme tier because I kind of didn't want to have to use my brain. I didn't want to think about this weapon anymore. I think over the years of me playing this game and doing bosses and trying to figure out like what's the most effective way to get a no-hit on the boss, Force Shield has slowly become integral in getting no hits on bosses. So you may be wondering, okay, V, when are you using Force Shield? Mama Tick, Conjunctivious, Concierge doesn't really matter, Timekeeper. Scarecrow wasn't that great unless you have turrets. That way you can kind of like camp out on top of the turrets. It also helps if you struggle with the when she shovels the mushrooms at you. Sometimes they do it in really awful positioning. Works in the Hand of the King. Obviously you want to parry the 3-hit combo, but it gives you an option versus the grenades. Is okay. Servants, it's like, depends on your skills. If you're rocking some kind of giant whistle or anything of that nature, it allows you to kind of camp through a little bit. And then Spoiler Boss, it works on the lasers, which is probably the most useful point in rocking Force Shield. And I gotta say, whenever I take, so we do predictions here on if V can get the no hit or not. And every time, excuse me, I take the force shield, I feel like I get the no-hit. I'm like 9 out of 9 on no-hits rocking this thing. And I feel like that is not nothing. In fact, if you think about it as this item gives you a legendary, and maybe that legendary is going to be Giga busted, off color, yes, all colors possible, and that's going to get you the win. And then you ditch the force shield, or if you're playing 5BC, you take it into the actual spoiler boss, and it will maybe get you the no-hit against spoiler boss. I'm trying to figure out how is it not in the B tier. And that's a little bit of a level up from the meme, and maybe that's like too much of a level up. But just the concept of, okay, we saw Susie at the Golden Corral when we were actually pulling out from the parking lot. She parks her car behind mine, blocks me into the space, and says, V, force shield's right in front of me. Do I take it or not? I wanna say yes. Yeah, it's not changes to the item, it's changes to my mental state. Changes to priority. I am prioritizing achievements and legendaries, and also V-Bucks. Frantic Sword. Frantic previously in the what tier? Previously in a tier that's highly visible, B tier. Previously a B tier item. I used to rock this thing all the time. Back when the old malaise was in the game, where you just get malaise based off of getting hit or eating infected food, and then the malaise doesn't go away unless you sip the Robitussin. And you get bonus crits. Remember, this tier list is 4BC and higher. You get the crits for having your malaise higher than 4. Very easy to do, but now that the malaise has changed, you're really not incentivized to go above 5. And if you go above 5, it's very easy to remove 5. Fighting against a boss will remove 5. Susie's a gambler, she always gets the V-Bucks. But is she a believer or a non-believer? That's the question. So I think this is worse. And again, as time goes on, as we get new items go into the B tier, the A tier, the S tier. Other stuff gets kind of strong-armed out. And I think Frantic Sword is one of those. They get strong-armed out of even the C tier. Purely from the fact that if I'm playing tactics and I'm somehow maintaining 5+ malaise, I feel like something's wrong. I feel like I'm playing the game incorrectly. If I'm playing brutality and I'm maintaining 5+ malaise, that sounds kind of normal, but I know that there's busted builds out there in brutality. I don't know if I said survivor earlier, I meant brutality. That would change all of that. And I don't know if banking on being lower than 50% HP, people will say, oh, well, you use vampirism to make sure that your HP is below 50% and you rock disengage. That's not very good, I feel. I'd rather play Swift Sword if I'm gonna do that. So we're gonna keep that there. Move on to Frontline Shield in the A tier. This thing... Freaking music. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so this thing, previously in the A tier, what it does is that when you get a parry, you deal 50% additional damage on melee attacks. When you think about it, that compared to Bloodthirsty, the Bloodthirsty does the damage, and then it gets 60% bonus damage on whatever your weapon is. Frontline Shield does 50% on your actual hit, and then that's it. You just have to hit something. So the idea is that if I'm doing the parry on the giant, If I'm playing Punishment, Bloodthirsty, all that stuff, like, it will probably kill the fist on its own. But now, instead, I have to do work. But it doesn't actually give you bonus damage when you parry his projectiles. So I'm gonna mark it lower than this. Frost Blast. Frost Blast previously in the B tier. B for Blast. Out of all the ice projectiles, I think it's probably the better one. I know it has lower range, and it doesn't actually kill anything, but I really like it in Acrobatic Pack. It's usable off color if you're playing Nutcracker. Oh no, it's survival now. It's split. Yeah, Frost Blast, green purple. So it's split with survival, works with Heart of Ice. I think it's just the better of the options. Ice Shards is still kind of cool, but without dual binding, I feel like it's a little not as great. And of course there's ways around it, but I think I'd rather have this here, to be perfectly honest. I just saw Ice Shards in the S tier. Anyway, Giant Killer. Previously in the B tier. In the B tier because we don't use it in the biome ever. You just take it to a boss. And on the boss, we really just want to play Swole Survival. Otherwise, I don't think I care to attack normally with it ever when other stuff exists. The other brutality stuff, like your meat skewers, your assassin daggers, all better in biomes, but this is better on the boss. It's a little tough. I feel like I'd rather focus on a holistically better build than just like paint this only in a Swole Survival setup. Because what I'm thinking of is some of this stuff in brutality is much, much better than this. And we have to figure out from the survival stuff, what up here, like this, I would rather swing with the pickaxe all day than this thing. And of course you could use both, but I'd also just rather just use a shield. So there is that. Next on the list, Giant Whistle showed up. Previously in the B tier, because I have kind of not been using Giant Whistle very much. I use a lot of Root Grenade, Ice Grenade, Ice Armor. What are we drinking right now? This is Red Bull Watermelon. It tastes very artificial. It's like the actual syrup that you would expect from the machine, just inside a can. So I use Root Grenade, Ice Grenade, Ice Armor, Crusher, Wolf Trap. Almost exclusively when I play survival. This thing is like being crowded out by all of that. When I'm playing survival, if I see a nasty elite, Giant Whistle takes care of it. But I almost feel like if I'm playing survival, doesn't my survival weapon take care of the elite anyway? I don't know what survival weapon down here needs me to press the Giant Whistle button. Except like Toothpick when it doesn't have the big bonk. If I'm gonna use Giant Whistle in like an Instincto build, that's things like Pickaxe, things like Flawless, Scythe, maybe not though. I don't think I would use it. Oh, maybe you do use it with R&B. I think that's kind of situational. Like, it will pop a monster, it is pretty cool. But again, holistically speaking, when all 5 gems from the Infinity Gauntlet come together, I don't think Giant Whistle is in there. Alright, next up, Grapple Hook. Previously, in the A tier? Why on earth I have this thing in the A tier? We had it there because it popped monsters. Supposedly it pops the servants, but now Smoke Bomb is better. Grapple Hook screws up some bosses. like the giant, when you pull in the giant's fists, it can actually get you killed. I'm gonna deduct the point just for that. If you pull in Timekeeper, I think she gets stunned, which is fine. Scarecrow, if you pull Scarecrow, you die. If you pull Hand of the King, that's usually okay. I don't know how it works with Conjunctivius, and I know it doesn't pull Mamatic. What makes it kind of good is this on a short cooldown. You get to do Scorpion's charge attack. It's a charge, right? Not a Hadouken. Yeah, 3 seconds. That's actually not terrible. It also has really bad scaling. For some reason, at the highest levels, like the bonus % damage doesn't work the same way as other stuff. Like Smoke Bomb. This is probably the best example. V, how in the world is this thing bad? It can't be, right? So right here, this is like where you can't do the grapple hook. This goes backwards. I grappled that and like delayed it. I don't know if this is a very good example, but I don't know. I don't think grapple hook is as good as I want to believe it is. Okay, look at the chunkster. So we do 98 grand with grapple hook. Without grapple, 30 grand. So it does actually function. It's like triple the damage on such a short cooldown. I'm just a little worried for some of my friends out there. If you're rocking grapple hook, be careful about what bosses you go into. Giant is probably one of the worst places to take this. And yeah, that example didn't look too bad. I just wasn't pressing the button at all for my own safety. Owl. And that's like Smoke Bomb's better because Smoke Bomb you don't have to actually do with that at all. An item that needs skill, brain usage lowers it on the tier list if it requires too much brain usage. A good example, Electric Whip, you just kind of throw it out and it will probably work. Crowbar with the E-door, it could be good, could kill something, but perhaps a little more brain required. Same thing with Bloodsword. I know you just swipe with it, but V, I promise you, you will win. I don't believe it. Owl. Previously in the S tier, Owl, still probably the best pet in terms of DPS. Of course, it's don't get hit. Just like the Flawless. V, how do you measure it if it's bad when you get hit and it's good if you don't get hit? Well, if you're getting hit while you have an Owl, you gotta play Protect the Owl. Like guaranteed. Like it's the Owl's game. You're playing as the sidekick. You're now Dick, not Dick Clark, not Tracy. I forget the kid's name, the Robin. Or Tim. You're Tim Drake to Batman. This is your Batman. It's Owlman. You're Tim Drake or whatever the current Robin is because there's too many. Dick Grayson, thank you. Of course, there's full builds for Protect the Owl. You could be rocking Ice Bow. You could be rocking Ice Armor. You could use Smoke Bomb, which doesn't keep you invisible, but at least you get to pop a monster if you get a little bit in trouble. You could just stay back with Repeater Crossbow. It's a lot of different ways to do Protect the Owl, but basically, the Owl will carry you through on most enemies, even bosses. The Giant, Conjunctivius, amazing in Conjunctivius. And then bar none, the best against the Giant. Greed Shield. B tier. Greed Shield, I think, does one of the biggest parries in the game. Okay, so Spike Shield has the biggest parry. Greed Shield has the second biggest parry in the game. If you don't count the residual off punishment, Thunder Shield, and Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty actually has the weakest parry, but it has the bleeding. So in terms of raw damage, Greed Shield is actually really nice. The teeth part, I almost don't even consider that a thing. It's just there. I think you do want to get rid of it eventually. So for example, if I'm going up into a boss, I will probably drop Greed Shield and take Force Shield. 100 gold each parry, easy money. You're not wrong, and it works off of projectiles too. Arrows and all that stuff. It's actually a lot of money eventually, but I think you have to get rid of it after the second biome. And I guess have to is a strong word. Shields are really tough to measure. It's really like, what would I rather have by X stage of the game? I would rather have gotten rid of this at some point and use any of these. It's not bad, it's just, it's a placeholder for something else. Hayabusa boots, that's the Jordans, the Air Force Ones. Previously in the C tier. Now, not gonna lie, I like my Air Force Ones just as much as the next person. But I find myself rocking the 3 stripes a little more often now. I don't want to say Nike's fallen off, but even Kanye said Nike can't give these things away. I don't think there's a single time I take the Hayabusa boots and I'm either A, not memeing, or B, not trolling. It's not even a placeholder where it's like, okay, I'm gonna use this to get out of prison depths. I think if I took this into prison depths, I actually die. It's unfortunate because it's such a cool looking thing. It does the kicks and then the somersault that knocks enemies away. But it takes 4 hits for me to get there. And I don't know if I care to do all 4 of those hits ever. It's not bad. It's not that bad. I mean, that's fine. That's the beauty of the tier list. You all are open to your own opinions about it. I just think in terms of this stuff up here, in brutality, I have higher chances of getting out of prison depths with most of this stuff as brutality compared to this. And maybe that's a skill issue, V. I'll say it is. I suck. There you go. I answered it for you. I suck. Therefore, that's an F tier. Bone. Bone in the C tier. I'm a little upset because I didn't believe in the bone back in the day. I was a bone disbeliever. Bone denier. I thought to myself that no monster will let you spin on it. Even Concierge, I felt as though it is impossible to get the spin to win on Concierge. But then, I think we proved it wrong. The hypothesis. And Bone, like, looks good. The only issue with Bone, and I was in other people's streams. I think we were watching Dan Giesling try Dead Cells for the first time. And the Bone showed up. And everyone in the chat who doesn't know Dead Cells saw that the Bone does 64 DPS. And when you see that, I have no other weapons. And then something like Broadsword shows up that says it has 200 DPS. How do you ever pick Bone when Broadsword says it deals triple the damage? So it's unfortunate that you're kind of a disservice. Wow, I got hit. So I was a little worried that there was no way to get off the Bone spin to win, but I didn't know that you could get actual control of it. You can also delay it after the dodge roll. Remember, I had this thing measured as a C. I just didn't think that you had that much control to it. I thought you'd just go forward. Look at that. You can roll and then spin the wind. I didn't think that was possible. Can you boost me in Dead Cells? Maybe Dalshi, this tier list right here, will be all the boost station you need. That's my goal. So it's definitely better than a C. As Brutality, I think it's better than an A. I mean, a B. I think it's actually in the A tier. Is it better than Balance Blade? We're trying to think, like, is there a time where you don't take bone? Like, out of every biome in the game, I don't think there's a single enemy that I wish I didn't have the bone. Every boss in the game, there's not a single enemy where I thought, okay, bone actually got me killed, because you can cancel the roll. I mean, you can cancel the spin with a roll. I think it's better than Balance Blade. There might end up being some other S tier that might drop it down. But I actually think this is the measurement right here. All right, next, Hayabusa Gauntlets. Previously in the B tier. B for Gauntlet. Is it really an S? I don't know when I don't use it. That's the problem. All the other Brutality weapons, this thing, we get rid of this as soon as we get something better. Bloodsword, I hate Bloodsword. Crowbar, the build is like still subpar. Balance Blade, I think at some point Balance Blade could be equal, but I think out of the box, I'd rather have played Bone. Hayabusa Gauntlets in the B tier. Hayabusa, in a world where these two exist, you can't. It's probably better than Fans. Probably, this is tough. So Hayabusa Gauntlets has the issue of it needs a skill to function. Yes, you can just punch stuff, but it works best when you have actually used a skill with either Scheme or something that boosts up the damage of the gauntlet. That way you get the monster closer to 40% than you did before. So I think in terms of like situational, it's a little better than just being situational on having any other button. Literally any other button would make Hayabusa Gauntlets probably live. Probably. We had the Hayabusa Gauntlets in the Nuzlocke and I died because I didn't have a skill. And you could say, well, V, that means the skill is actually good. And Brutality skills, I will tell you, are very good. Oh no. No. Gilded Yumi. First time measuring this thing. An item that pushes back the enemy? That has to be busted, right? Fishing down the hallway does work with Gilded Yumi. To be perfectly honest, is probably one of the best at fishing. But then again, you can fish with a lot of different tactics weapons, right? And do you necessarily take Gilded Yumi as the best in class fishing pole? I feel like no. All right, so Concierge. First example. Can I crit Concierge into the wall? Holy delay. I'm spamming. I'm literally spamming. Can you get in this wall, please? Crit! Please stay in the wall. Okay, 2 crits. Please! 3, 4. You may say, okay, V, Mama Tick is the boss to use this thing on. You gave Electric Whip a S tier strictly because it kills Mama Tick. You gotta do the same thing here. That's equal. So I can tell you right now, on Eyeball, no crit. At all. Alright, here we go. Give me the crit. What do you think? Literally does not work. Yes, it gives you an interrupt. Is it worth? So this works on 1 out of 3. This is a big maybe. 1 out of 3. Maybe on Servants, but it definitely doesn't work against Hand of the King. And then on the Queen, if the Queen doesn't just grab the arrow out of the sky, sure, it will probably knock her off, but she'll probably just grab it and throw it back at you. Backpack, however, it is good in the backpack. I will not deny that. It's probably one of the best backpack items. So how do you measure something strictly off its good in backpack and nothing else? I think that's worse than situational. Because at least like Hokuto's bow, like it can fire normally and kind of be okay. You don't have to backpack the Hokuto. And like maybe holistically, thinking about if you backpack any of these items, Gilded Yumi has to be in the top 5 for backpacks. And that might be true, but not the best. I don't know how you measure it. I'm gonna put it in meme for now. I'm gonna let you all try to figure out, how do you measure something that is only good in backpack? Now, of course, in biomes, yes, Gilded Yumi will kill something about as much as Marksman Bow would, without the need to like get hit by the monster because it's super slow. All right, next up, Heavy Crossbow in the A tier. So I think this was in the A tier because we were trying to figure out, like, between other things like the rocket launcher and repeater crossbow, and thank you for letting me know where it is. Is it necessarily better than those? It kind of depends on what you're doing. So for example, Ice Crossbow, probably one of the royalty of clearing biomes. Explosive, extremely good at clearing biomes. On bosses, however, perhaps Heavy Crossbow wins. And if you think about what's more important in Dead Cells, struggling to okay, maybe that's a bad actual question there. If you think about, if I'm playing any of those, which would I rather clear, the biome or the boss? Probably the boss, because I will probably clear the biome. Probably, maybe. They are good at clearing biomes on their own, almost equally, just Ice Crossbow is the best in class. I think Heavy on bosses is better than the others. This is good because you can snipe, but if you fully commit to the shoddy, you have Crusher on the ground, you have Mushroom Boy or Ice Armor, and then the shoddy, you will probably kill all bosses. Even Scarecrow, you could probably kill if you have Crusher. Crusher's S rank as well. Then I guess S rank will turn anything into good. But I think even if you don't have the Crusher, you just need a skill. And it's probably better than this with a skill. Probably, maybe, possibly. Is Cocoon good with crossbows? I probably wouldn't use Cocoon with Heavy Crossbow, because you lose the advantage of getting your arrows back and doing the reload. I would probably use it with Ice Crossbow, but then again, Ice Crossbow on bosses is kind of hard. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather just have Armadillo Pack if I was doing a crossbow. All right, next up, Trident. Never before seen Rule First, Rule Premiere. Item. Trident, out of all of the other items in the DLC, I think Trident's my favorite. I think Trident, out of the box in a vacuum might not be like the best DPS in the game, but it does extra stuff. Not only does it move you across the game, so it reduces your runtime, which is good. You might have dinner, you might have homework, you might have chores. It's freaking 100 degrees outside. Your computer is cooking. The faster you beat the game, the better. Trident lets you beat the game faster. It has a little bit of crowd control to it. As you're dashing into enemies, the enemies' attacks are delayed. So you actually get the benefit of dealing damage, and then you get to roll after the damage is over. It also applies multiple instances of mutations. So that's bleeding, that's poison, that's frenzy. It works very well with all of that, in the same way that Bone would. I think for me, it is in the S tier. I would probably take it over Bone, but I don't think that makes Bone into the A tier. And I don't want to put this into the triple S, because I think from a Susie standpoint, you don't take this every single time you see it. But you probably could, or at least I probably could. Let's keep it going, because we are on a timer. Someone was asking, how is Bone S tier? We decided that not only can you move very effectively with the Bone's spin to win, but the DPS of the Bone is very, I don't want to say purely false, but it's a little deceptive. Because it's like, you do the 2 hits, you will have a spin after. If the monster didn't die in the 2 hits, you will now clear out multiple enemies beyond that one monster. So it ends up being like 2 hits on Slasher, 2 hits, roll through, spin to win, you're using melee mutation, and you just go through. Of course, you could say, okay, that means melee mutation is the only time you use this. Sure, I'll go ahead and say that. That is very necessary for Bone. Next on the list, Heavy Turret. Previously in the A tier, and that's because Heavy Turret does multiple things all at the same time. It does a stun on hit, like very high breach. The bullet goes out. It's more like a plunger, really. When the plunger hits an enemy, they get stuttered, and it's actually really effective at doing that. It does bonus damage. Excuse me. Couldn't talk all of a sudden, wow. Okay. Not only does it do that, the Heavy Turret increases the damage you deal by like 15%. So it's almost like adding another scroll to all of your damage. Not just the Heavy Turret's damage, but if you're using Alchemic Carbine, it buffs the Poison Cloud. If you're using another turret, it buffs that turret's damage. So it's multifaceted, and because in 4BC it's a turret, you get the advantage of Poison Clouds, cover the ground with oil that burns, all that other stuff. In terms of other turrets, is it better than Flamethrower? Using it with Flamethrower is very good. Maybe we do this. Flamethrower goes back up into the A tier, and then Heavy Turret comes down. Because I think these two together, very good. I think Flamethrower with any of these dual turrets, very good. I think Heavy Turret with any of these, not as good. It does buff the individual bullet from this thing, but this also buffs the residual fire. So I think in terms of like a holistic build, Flamethrower comes up, Heavy Turret goes down just ever so slightly. Hey, the Queen. Long live the Queen. Never before seen, never measured Queen Sword. For those who don't know, Queen Sword's residual slash is ranged, and it actually is buffed off of point blank. So when I do this measurement, I'm measuring this when using point blank. And if you have never tried it before, please do so. So Queen Sword is fun. I don't think it's giga busted. I don't think you take it every single time. It does a 123 crit compared to Balanced Blade, which Balanced Blade can eventually become stronger. But I almost want to say, over the course of the game, Balanced Blade might be a little more reliable. So when I'm fighting Concierge, like, I can even slash outside of what's doing, outside of the aura. But I don't think most people would want to play this way, where I'm literally rolling backwards and trying to play the angle. Wow, how did that miss? Compared to Balanced Blade, where I think I'm just spamming. Like that. I think Balanced Blade's better. I mean, not gonna lie, I kinda like it. And this might just be pure fun factor. Oh, use the spreadsheet. Right. All right, so yeah, we had V's rating and then viewers ratings. And Queen Sword, I gave it an A, the viewer gave it an A. Point blank, massive crit, low breach, guaranteed critical, hits through shields. It actually hits Rammus, Shield Bearers, and Oven Knight. The only problem with it, might need melee mutation, and you're guaranteed locked into point blank. And sometimes that's like a detriment. But we'll keep it as an A. I actually think it's not half bad. Hemorrhage. Hemorrhage in the A tier. A lot of people don't like Hemorrhage, I feel. I think I might be the only person on the planet that likes Hemorrhage. Can I get a Y in the chat if you like Hemorrhage, or an N if you don't? For those who don't know, this weapon is in 5 BC. It drops in the final biome. Nobody plays it except me. You're probably right. Hemorrhage is a very slow weapon. In a world where Boyax exists, and Boyax does incredible damage, Hemorrhage is almost better put in the backpack. But I like it. I really do. It's just, if Susie were to tell me, V, I just beat 5 BC, I unlocked the Hemorrhage, can I do a Hemorrhage only run with it? I would ask Susie, did you get the true spoiler ending? If so, yes. If not, perhaps get that first, and then you can play all the Hemorrhage you want. I think I'm gonna take it down 1. I almost feel as though, like, playing these two together, really fun. But if I had to use a shield, I would probably Boomerang it up. It's tough though. It's not bad. Like, me personally, I would put it in the A tier. It is slow. It has low ammo. High breach. It stuns. It does really good against Mama Tick. Okay, I'm gonna assume there's other stuff in the A tier that's gonna keep this in the B. That's all I'm gonna say. No spoilerino. Hokuto. Hokuto previously in the S tier. Hokuto, time and time again, remains in the S tier. You could put it in the backpack, still S tier, because it doesn't actually reduce the damage. What's breach? Breach is when a monster gets stunned on attack without stun being in the kit. So for example, Broadsword, if you've gone and like smacked an enemy with the Broadsword and it gets stunned, you don't have stun on a hit Broadsword, it's just the breach the monster's defense rating or something and cause it to stagger. So yeah, in the backpack, supremely good. Without being in the backpack, still really good. This did get nerfed. Just to say that, they reduced the radius. Back in the day, freaking Hokuto used to fill the entire screen. Oh my god, did you see the size of that? Look at the size of the AoE. Are you kidding me? So if you remember the Chrome, like the YouTube vid, those are probably gonna get marked up there. But now, look at the size. Barely even reaches. So it's more effective when enemies are stacked on each other, but I would be lying if I said that this is as good as it used to be. I just don't think you call it unusable or no longer an S tier strictly because it's now balanced. Here we go. Doesn't reach. I wish it did. More of a boss weapon now. You don't really need Hokuto for the biomes. Not that you needed it, but the idea that the Hokuto is just popping monsters off screen was really pretty good. In terms of keeping your HP high and keeping your interactions with monsters low, it's actually really good. That AoE tag, more enemies for more damage. You mean does it like chain all the way down? Oh my god. Okay, so now this is marked. Now this is marked. So it does continue the chain. And if you remember, when the size was that big, it would continue the chain even farther. Because the monster would probably die to victims' bleed spreads. So I'm gonna keep it in the S tier for now. I do feel like it has been nerfed, and hopefully it doesn't get nerfed any more so than that. It's just not completely free. Next up, Ice Shield. No. Ice Armor. Previously in the A tier, I use Ice Armor almost strictly on survival builds where I will kill all the enemies with just the weapon. That is Scythe, that is Broadsword, that is Pickaxe, that's War Spear, that's Symmetrical Lance. Anything that I don't need a Giant Whistle or a Death Orb, I am using Ice Armor. So that means my Ice Armor fits into 75% of my survival builds. Some people claim that they use this off color while Tactics, and I don't know if I would do that because I feel like Tactics needs all the buttons for damage. Unless you're playing Cocoon? Which also lends to a good question, like when do you play Cocoon over Ice Armor? And I feel like that's specifically when you're going into the Giant, maybe Scarecrow. Outside of that, I'd rather have Ice Armor. Also, for those who don't know, Heart of Ice reduces cooldown reduction based off of slowed enemies, not just frozen. So we're using Ice Armor with stuff like the Scythe, because so long as I keep rolling the Scythe over multiple enemies, we're getting the advantage of a lower cooldown on Ice Armor. The Ice Armor will protect me more often the longer I play through. I'm a little worried that there's a little less builds that I would actually use this with, like in the whole of Dead Cells. Like if you were to say that there's 100 builds in Dead Cells with the like 5,000 items, you match it all together, 100 different possibilities. I feel as though Ice Armor, even though it fits in every color, the odds of me using it might only be in like 10% of those builds. It just makes the Scythe gameplay that much better. That's the only issue. So let's keep it at A, and then if something pushes it out of the A tier, then that's fine. Been live for 4 hours, yo, 8-hour stream incoming, because we're probably halfway done. We just have to speed it up a little bit. this thing in the C tier. Assassin's Dagger, not gonna lie, I have not used Assassin's Dagger in a long time. Every build that I would use Phaser Assassin's Dagger, I would probably use Hayabusa, Sated Stiletto, Swift Sword, Oil Sword. I'd use all of those over Assassin's Dagger while playing Phaser. If I'm not playing Phaser, why am I playing Assassin's Dagger? In terms of bosses, Assassin's Dagger doesn't work on Mamatic, doesn't work on the Giant, doesn't work on Conjunctivius, probably struggles on Scarecrow. Yeah, it can get you a dub in Dead Cells. I'm not saying that it's a unusable weapon. I just think I will probably ditch it at some point. Rusty Sword is S tier. You guys in the mean tier right now. Alright, that's pretty much all I have to say for that. Ice Bow, I feel like, is a worse Frost Blast. Previously I had it in the D tier, but the idea is I want to replace it ASAP, which I don't mind at all. Don't you hit Scarecrow mostly from the back anyway? I feel like Scarecrow turns very often. I feel like if Scarecrow was in the sky, you can only hit it in the front because it like spins immediately to you. And I mean, you're probably right. If you were to measure all the hits you did on Scarecrow, how many are in the front, I think it's too opportune. Like, you have to just hit Scarecrow whenever you can, and I don't think Scarecrow gives you the time to focus on the back, unless you just happen to roll through. Phaser does root for enough time to ensure one hit from the back. If you mean for Scarecrow specifically, I think that will still happen no matter what, in which I think I'd rather play Sated Stiletto with open wounds. And again, it's not bad. It's not a D tier because it's a bad weapon. It's, for me personally, I will replace it if I get the option. Thank you, Crow. I don't think you use this ever. I think you just play this. It won't lose you the game, but I can't think of a single reason besides Protect the Owl why I would play this. If I'm playing Protect the Owl, I may as well Acrobatic Pack this, maybe? I don't know, I don't use Ice Bow anymore. Next on the list, Ice Crossbow, previously tier, that will show up in the C tier. Dang, that's tough. All right, Scarecrow. Ooh. It doesn't stop Scarecrow's combo? I feel like that's an oversight. It most certainly should. Oh my god. Okay, so you can't freeze at all? Oh, you can. It's just like not super great. I think the reduction has come into play. Yeah, I can't freeze at all now. So at this stage, you need something else to deal damage. But a lot of monsters, bosses that is, they have different phases to them. So you're hoping that by the time you get into the next phase, the reduction's over. The diminishing returns are done. So that's a no on the Giant. Kind of a no on Scarecrow. The Scarecrow looked a little boosted to me. Hand of the King, I think it works. Queen, it probably works. Servants, a little scary, but probably works. I'm gonna keep it in the C. I think the value of the free biome clear is good, but I think someone out there, we might have to ask Susie the next time I go to Golden Corral. How does she kill bosses with Ice Crossbow? She may say, oh, well, V, all I do is I literally go Concierge, Timekeeper, Hand of the King, and I win the game. and Ice Crossbow kills them. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was an option to not go to Giant. Ice Grenade. A tier ice grenades. I like Ice Grenade. I use Ice Grenade very, very often. It is massive crowd control, but it is a Heart of Ice enabler and reduces its own cooldown when you use Heart of Ice. It protects me when I use Scythe. It stops bats in their tracks. It works on every boss except the Giant, and apparently Scarecrow is a little resistant to it. It just doesn't do damage. It allows you to do your damage. That's the advantage here. So rather, like, almost think about like a Hokuto. The Hokuto doesn't do damage until you do other stuff. The Ice Grenade doesn't do damage until you do other stuff. It's a little different than Ice Bow, because Ice Bow we're comparing to ranged items. This we are comparing to survival skills. I almost say I take this over Giant Whistle specifically because the builds I'm using kills the monsters on their own and doesn't require Giant Whistle at all. So that's why this is a C, that's why this is an A, and that's why this is an F. Ice Shards. S tier? Does anyone in my chat still use Ice Shards? Can I get a Y if you still use Ice Shards, or an N if you no longer use this item? It's gotten nerfed a few times and they took out dual binding. You can cheese dual binding though. And I don't know if I'm allowed to show this. If executive leadership is gonna get on my butt for doing this. All right, so we can't dual bind these. If I go to option, controller, rebind, it swaps it automatically. Big Sag. It is in custom mode, so you can turn it on, but you lose achievements. But if you hold the button to attack, this is what happens when I hold the Ice Shards button. This is what happens when I hold the Molly. When I hold both buttons, Thinkies? Veedotme moment. Now, of course, if you don't want to cheese, you can do the slide tech. I do this a lot. It's just really loud. Like, you can see that I'm going up my controller. And I will literally do that instead of holding the button down. Evil Empire opened up. I mean, I'm just saying. It's out there. I think I'm willing to bring this down one in an official capacity. Like, if Evil Empire was, you know, at the door, it was like, V, we're auditing you on your tier list today. This is a random audit. All we want to see are your documents, your paperwork, and the tier list. It's an A. If they're not around and we want to cheese, it probably goes up. But that's only with cheese. I don't really care to roll from X to Y because I'm gonna get a blister on my thumb. And honestly, playing to get a blister is not worth it. So we're gonna put it in the A tier, assuming I'm not cheating. This is rare. Rare item. It was here, S rank. Base Flask. Base Flask is new tech that honestly we have never had in the game before. For those who don't know, Face Flask hits you for 5, and that's it. Once you get into the higher difficulties, Face Flask does some extra stuff. It does lightning around you. It often does Poison Cloud. It often does cover the ground with oil that burns. But the other thing, two things that Face Flask does. Face Flask enables Vengeance. Vengeance is available at the start of the game. When you load in Dead Cells on a fresh save, you actually have access to 60% bonus damage. This activates for 8 seconds whenever you press the Vengeance button. I mean, whenever you press the Face Flask button, which is technically now the Vengeance button. Face Flask itself has a 10-second cooldown. You're only dealing regular damage for like 2 seconds. If worse, if you're running Instincto. The other mutation it works with is a brand new, never before seen mutation, Midas Blood. Every time you press the Midas Blood button, you get $3. The Midas Blood button is Face Flask. It's $3 gonna break the bank? No, but it activates weapons. So now there are 2 buttons that activates weapons. Hang on. Okay. So now Face Flask activates 2 weapons. It activates Spite Sword, and it activates Dagger Prophet. You will actually crit on both of them at the same time if you want, by playing the Face Flask. That is 1 button to activate that. I think it's this. I tell you all the time, I will skip over items because I don't want to just win for free. I feel like every time Face Flask shows up is a potential won game. Now for those who are a little concerned, well, V, like it doesn't work unless you have Vengeance. Vengeance is the thing that really makes it pop. V, it doesn't work without Midas Blood. Really, Midas Blood is what does it. V, without Instincto, then you have like some downtime into which like it fails. But Dead Cells is not in a vacuum. If this was a vacuum, we would basically be judging Face Flask on how well it hits you for 5. Which, to be fair, it is the best in class at hitting you for 5 damage. We are going to talk about Ice Shield now, which was previously an A tier. And Ice Shield, we were measuring versus Cudgel. We kind of looked at Cudgel and Ice Shield at the same time. So yeah, I was comparing Ice Shield to Cudgel. I feel as though because Ice Shield does an AoE around you whenever you parry, it's better than Cudgel doing the 1 stun on the enemy in front of you. Some bosses cannot be stunned, like Hand of the King and Scarecrow, both cannot be stunned, but they can be frozen. So I think it's better than Cudgel. I think for survival, it's probably better than this thing, only because this allows me to get my hit, whereas this thing just busts my damage, which is not bad. But when I'm playing survival, being able to freeze enemies that are afar, like Inquisitors, Arbiters, that kind of thing, I think it's good. So I'd rather keep that in the A tier. Next up, oh snap. Yeah, Blade Tonfa doesn't even work with Tonic anymore. I don't think it even buffs itself based off of move speed. I think it's purely, it does damage if you land the first hit. First attack makes you jump forward. Hitting with this attack causes your next combo to crit. Has 0 scaling with speed. So I think before I would have had this in the S tier, but I don't think I can do that now. In terms of like showing it on stream, I think I have a really good showcase of Blade Tonfas. Like whenever we see it, it looks immaculate. It looks like I've been living in Dead Cells. Like I'm actually in VR with the Oculus, like laying down, and I'm just doing the Bladed Tonfa gameplay. Like it was sick. But unfortunately, they removed some of that gameplay, and I feel like now the brain usage is a little too high. Just a little bit. Like, I want to keep it in the A. I really wish there was, like, something in the B tier where it's like, this is a good weapon, but it might be a little too hard to use. You need 2,000 hours to become S tier. I mean, technically, that's down here in the memes, but I know it's not meme worthy. Tell you what, I'm gonna keep it in the A. I'm gonna keep it as a low A with the asterisks on it. You need 2,000 hours to play it. And once you get that, it's amazing. Impaler, B tier. Impaler, I actually think is one of the best brutality weapons in the game. It's just not fun all the time. Would I use it over Hayabusas? Probably. I always, like, this is so funny. If I were to go back to all my other tier lists, this would bounce back and forth between A and B. Strictly because, like, do I want players to use melee mutation and get free wins with it? Yes. And then the next tier list, I'll say no. I don't want you to get a free win because you took melee mutation with Impaler, and the monsters can't actually defend against it. Is that toxic? So we're gonna bring out a tough enemy. Burb. Give me Burb. We like Burb. And then when I press the button and spam, Burb hits me. And that's bad. That makes us real sad. However, when you take melee mutation, why'd I go down? If you take melee mutation, all of a sudden, the monster doesn't get to play the game. Okay. It's a little unfortunate. Like, this is only doing a 0.2 slow. But just imagine that was, like, not 0.2. Imagine I had one more point in red. Like, I could drag these into the wall, and they would probably not get their attack off, is the idea. Is it... Someone mentioned War Spear in the chat. Is it better than War Spear? I feel like the answer's probably no. If we go into the actual damage itself, War Spear does more damage than a basic Impaler. So on bosses, War Spear is better. Sometimes you can get the crit on bosses, but it's not really like... It's not really a boss killer. You just want to get a free biome clear. It's almost like you're playing Ice Crossbow, which is down here, but it's technically a little better on bosses than Ice Crossbow is. And it works on every boss, not just Concierge. So I think I'm gonna leave it as an A, and it might drop down once we get to War Spear. Infantry Bow. This is A tier. Would I take this over Heavy? I'd say I'd probably use them equally. This definitely while your brutality. If I was playing tactics, I think I'd rather play this over this, but I'd rather play this as survival, obviously. What's wrong with this weapon? Ammo count? But there's lots of different ways to get ammo now. If you don't want to run a shield, you can use Cocoon to get your ammo back. The short range is a non-issue because we have point blank. And worst case scenario, you use Crow's Feet. I think it's just not an S because it can't aim up, for one. It doesn't have auto targeting. It doesn't snipe. At least this can hit from afar. And you might be locked into ammo mutation, but maybe not. Maybe if you take stuff that gives you ammo back, you can avoid ammo mutation. I think A is fine for this. Why would you do Brutality with Infantry Bow? Because it showed up. Honestly, because of Instincto. In my opinion, Brutality has some of the best skills in the game. You can even pair it with this for Vengeance. But if you play any grenades get you your ammo back. So you could play that with Infantry Grenade, get your ammo back. You could take it with Fire Grenade, get ammo back. With Instincto, you get more Knife Dances, more Lacerators. So it actually pairs very well with Brutality skills. Speaking of Brutality skills, Infantry Grenade is a B tier. And that's because, and I'm thinking like purely hypothetically, Scheme is probably good. I never play it though, because that's like the least entertaining thing to me. If I could quadruple bind, like back in the day, I would be using this more often, but I can't. And I don't really want to spam the button because my finger hurts. I won't say it's build dependent because this can pop stuff. It's not terrible. While Brutality, it's probably on the lower scale of Brutality mutations. I mean, not mutations, Brutality skills. But then again, a lot of the other Brutality skills are A rank and higher. I gotta use Scheme more. I think that's the issue. I'm not using Scheme enough. Now you're seeing Grapple Hook. Would I rather play Infantry Grenade than Grapple Hook? If I'm running Scheme, the answer is probably yes. I don't know. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna assume that Scheme is like only okay at best. And to lock in an Infantry Grenade just because I'm playing Scheme, I may as well play any other Brutality build, but maybe those are Giga S rank builds. We'll see if this gets moved up. Alright, Knife Dance. We're moving. So many rows left. We gotta keep moving. Knife Dance, A tier. Oh, I think I remember. Okay. So we put this in the A tier because if you're playing Tactics, half of the Tactics roster doesn't want you to play Knife Dance. I'm talking Marksman Bow, Gilded Yumi, Quick Bow. Anything long ranged does not want you to play Knife Dance. But in the same vein, are those just bad? Like, why am I saying that Knife Dance is bad because it can't be used with Marksman Bow? Isn't that a Marksman Bow issue? It has nothing to do with Knife Dance. Matter of fact, the Marksman Bow is what's holding back the Knife Dance from greatness. Screw the Marksman Bow. I won't even play the Marksman Bow at all. I'm just gonna play the freaking Knife Dance and not pick up Marksman Bow. Leave it on the ground. As Brutality, best in class. All the crit stuff, look at this. Instincto. Pretend this is Brutality. Instincto. Instinct. All of this stuff just means more Knife Dances. Knife Dance is almost like a powerful grenade. If you're on the monster melee range, you activate it, you explode, the monster explodes along with you. It's good. And the cooldown. But V, what is the cooldown? 16 seconds. Pair that with Instincto, you're dropping it down 1 second a pop. And the monster's bleeding the whole time, so it's not just a bomb. They're taking 40 deeps per 4 seconds. So this is only like, what, a 12-second cooldown? If you think about this, unless you get the Pimple Popper, that's even better. Yeah, we use Knife Dance every time we see it. It's as simple as that. Knockback Shield. In the B tier. B because every time you did the knockback, the monster probably dies. How true is that? Because when you think about walls and cliffs, the idea is that it's probably as strong as Spike Shield as long as a wall and a cliff exists. If you're fighting against a boss, probably not gonna happen. I know this is 1-1-1 stats, but if you were to compare that to Spike Shield, it probably is the same, probably. Oh my god, what is that thing? Yeah, you get a wall, and it's incredible. You get floor, and it's amazing. Of course, you don't do bonus damage to stuff like that. Just unfortunate. Nobody saw anything. Okay. That's a dead enemy. I don't think it's bad, it just doesn't work on bosses, unfortunately. I remember taking this thing into Queen, because I thought, okay, I need the achievement for killing Queen off the stage. Surely the knockback shield is gonna do it. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Lol. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna move it down into C, almost in the same vein as this. It does really well in the one instance it's actually usable. Outside of that, I would probably use another shield, probably. Hand hook. Hand hook. Let's read it. Sorry for the rip eyes, by the way. I don't have dark mode for this. Pros. Stun lock certain enemies / bosses. Is that true? Stylish frontal push. I remember that. Hits all enemy types. That means it hits birds, hits bats, hits shielded enemies, etc. Biggest problem, no bowling bash, short range, damage is low without walls. The Poggy moment, stall tactics against Timekeeper. We gotta have to see that again. Thematics is a C. Biome strength, meme. Really? That's messed up. Stall tactics. What does that mean? That's not good. All right, conjunct. We're using phaser too as a way to get like closer to a wall. Literally does nothing. Literally doesn't count. All right, here we go. So this is phaser. We do put it in the wall, which is fine. Okay. I feel like this is just normal gameplay. I got 2 crits into the wall, and that might be it. I don't know if that really counts as hand hook killed it. Maybe the flamethrower is doing all the work. Oh yeah. They don't care. They don't give 2 craps about hand hook. Okay, so, but we did other boss review. And I want to say that this one is probably the biggest. Yeah, see how it interrupts the attack? Stall tech. That's the stall tech. You put down Staffy, I guess? Awful. I can tell this is already awful. Missed the frontal throw. Got it. Did I get a crit? That's busted. 143? It took me 10 years to land that? Look at the chunkster. Crit for 2 damage confirmed. I would love to put that in the meme tier. I don't think it's meme in the same vein as these. Like, I could win the game with these, right? I feel as though I probably cannot win the game with the hand hook. I did it, but that doesn't mean I was meant to do it. All right, scythe me. S tier. On the scythe. Yo. Is scythe back? Now that corrupted power is a thing? Or maybe even put vengeance? Face flask with scythe. I think scythe might be making a comeback. I was gonna put this in the A tier because it got nerfed and now you can't kill stuff with the vertical. Does hand hook work in the backpack? I think it does a single bump, but doesn't actually yeet the monster. No, it doesn't do anything at all. It just does damage. All right, so I was gonna put this in the A tier strictly because the vertical doesn't one-shot enemies anymore. But I think in the land of off-color, corrupted, and face flask, it probably kills now with 50% bonus damage. And then you still rock Ice Grenade with Heart of Ice, and that's the whole build. I think ideally you'd rather it be face flask, but it depends on which one shows up first. That way you can opt into vengeance and not have to worry about like the 30% bonus damage from this thing. Some of your faves in the D tier. And again, you might be a crap. You might be one of these once the tier list is over. I'm gonna post the link in the chat, then you can just spam that button. Lacerator, A tier. So this is the same argument on Knife Dance. I said that Lacerator is only as good as the melee or close range weapon that you're using it with. So that means if you're playing Marksman Bow, Lacerator is not good. But I have redacted that statement. And I have decided I will no longer play Marksman Bow and only play Lacerator. As it's not a Lacerator issue, it's a freaking long range button issue. Anything that's long range, I may as well just throw in the garbage can, unless it's good. Next up, Lightning Bolt. Oh my goodness. V, how dare you? I'm trying to break the lightning bolt. Ah, yes. Oh no! Wait! I'm not pressing the button! Yo, this is seizure warning! V! Hang on! Okay. Oh, what happens when I go back in? Oh, saved. Run saved. I load in and die. Okay, cool. All right. So I may have deducted points because this was way back. I may have deducted points because you can kill yourself with lightning bolt in the backpack. But that has quote unquote been fixed. But it appears you can brute force it. I think it's better than a D. Like, assuming that it's fixed, it's probably like up here somewhere. It's actually good. You use Wolf Trap with it. Like, keep the monster, Scarecrow, Hand the King, whatever. Keep them in one spot. Hold the square button. Emperor Palpatine is actually kind of good. Do I want to put it in the A? Not really. I'd rather play any of this other stuff and not have to think about anything but pressing the button. Like, just press the button. This requires a little bit of brain usage. Why is Fire Blast better? Because Fire Blast we can break in the backpack. This in the backpack is actually good too. Okay, assuming it doesn't kill you, it's actually also really good in the backpack. I'd almost say better than Gilded Yumi. Like, in terms of best items in the backpack for tactics, I think these two are actually kind of high up there for me. All right, light speed. Previously in the C tier, build dependent. Reason why is we were talking through some builds that use scheme and like you dash in with, say, Hayabusa Gauntlets. It's almost like budget phaser. You dash in, lower the monster's HP to hopefully below 40, get the crit, and then at some point you dash back. And that's, I guess that's probably like the worser part. There was also at some point a time where light speed didn't actually go on cooldown. It like kept the light speed and allow you to use it again. Is this going on YouTube? You're new to the stream and would love to watch. Yes, I do plan to cut this down to something digestible to YouTube. The last time I did the tier list, it was an hour 23 for all items. I don't know how many items there are, but you divide that into some number and it must be 30 seconds per item. I don't know. But that's the goal. So when you're speed running, obviously you're using this. But some of the speed runs, this is banned. Like my favorite speed run right now, the 0 to 5 BC or the 5 BC malaise clear every map. You don't use this. So personally, I think it's budget phaser at best. And like it's a little bit of wave clear too, so I feel like it's also budget infantry grenade. It's almost like a mix between infantry grenade and phaser. Except sometimes you move like 2 inches, which is a bug to be sure, but because I have not reported it, I assume it will stay in the game. Light speed can be used in those categories, just not skip. Yeah, I guess I should have been clear there, just no skips. I think I like it with this. It will pop some small HP monsters in the same way that infantry grenade will, which is not terrible. But I think eventually if you were to do it for scheme, you would swap it out for scheme. I mean for infantry. Infinite HP bug, I think that's still in the game. If you get a high enough level light speed. New item. New. New. Money shooter. We just did a showcase of that? Oh no, I ran out of money. Alright, so that's an issue that we will address eventually. I ran out of money. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I have $7,000 in my bank account. That's kinda not good. Mortgage itself is a chunk of that. And then I have internet bill, and then we have to buy the cat food. But look at the chunksters. How many bullets would kill Timekeeper? If we were to say like 1, 2, 3, that's like a third, so 9. No more than that, I'm sure. Oh, even the attack speed's kind of decent. And we're using Gilded Yumi in the backpack? No! As an F rank item. Hand the King, probably the worst one, because Hand the King actually blocks bullets. So every time he blocks it, you lost $150. Oh, wasn't this like a level 4? I feel like I never found another money shooter. So like even at base value, it's incredibly strong. So I think there is one single time where this is bad, and that is in the bank. I think if you go into bank with money shooter, Funny enough, you lose. And the reason why is that gold golems are actually taking your money. Your hard-earned paycheck. 40% of your hard-earned paycheck goes to the gold gorger. And he does not give you back 40% at the end of the year. He only gives you back like 20%. You literally lose money by going into the bank. If you skip bank with money shooter, I actually think it is an S tier. If not a little higher. I wouldn't call it triple S because you can't just take it like off color. Like it's not that busted. Shoot, maybe it is. I almost wonder if you could play rainbow build. Oh my god, rainbow with Midas blood. Just tank as many hits as possible, get your money up. There's no way. Let's keep it at the S. Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball, old version, chat's favorite. The pros of Wrecking Ball. First hit can kill most monsters. Fourth attack can clear a hallway. Breaks ram rune and hits behind you. For those who haven't seen, you actually slam down. You do like a 360-degree swing that hits both sides. You throw it out that hits in front. And then when you pull it back, it actually lands behind you. Biggest problem, so slow. Which is true. The poggiest moment, pull back on a massive stylish mob. So that means I must have had like 50 monsters in front of me and it just like cleaved through every single one of them and monsters behind me too. I use it with kill rhythm when I'm playing Assault Shield. In my opinion, that's probably the best time. It's probably a little too slow to be an instant take. It's probably a little too brain usage required to have it in the A tier. This is probably better if someone was to meet me at Walmart to discuss Dead Cells stuff. I probably should not tell them to use this on their next attempt in 5BC. Probably. But it is fun for me. Are you really gonna rate Wrecking Ball higher than Flint? Would you really say it's higher than or equal to Broadsword? V, are you really using Wrecking Ball at the same rate as Giant Killer on bosses? I mean, do I have to answer that? Am I being forced? Did I lose my Wrecking Ball to the lava? No. I like lost the combo or something. All right, I mean, that's good, right? Okay, here we go. Big damage right here. Ooh, it hit twice. It hit two times. Wait, I lost it again. I'm a little worried now because I missed half of my attacks on the fist. If every single one of those throws hit, I think it would have been a little more respectable. Like, I don't want to just outright get downvoted to oblivion. I don't want this to happen. Where is it? I can't have another crap added to the tier list. I feel like if I left it as a C, you're basically asking for this to happen. Tombstone. Previously a B tier. B simply because it doesn't do anything on bosses. It is probably one of the best biome clears in Dead Cells for survival, at least melee. On bosses, it's just a shovel, but technically shovel does like a little bit more than that. I think I'm okay with it being a B, but we don't really have survival stuff in the A tier. Interesting. On the previous list, A tier had Flawless, all the crossbows, Boy Axe, War Spear. So is it better than War Spear? I think War Spear is better. War Spear got nerfed though. Oh snap. Oh crap. Tombstone 250 DPS. Is War Spear still higher? 256. War Spear does more damage on bosses. But you get the benefit of 20% bonus damage on Tombstone. I think we keep Tombstone A. And we'll figure out where War Spear lands. Magic Missile. Previously in, I'm looking down here, C tier? Really, V? Didn't you just play this and it was kind of okay? It has been buffed a little bit. Thanks to, you know, just increases the base damage. I don't think that happened before 2.4. I think it got changed at update 2.4. The magic missile itself, 164. It does less damage. Well, no, about on par with Fire Blast. 164 is not terrible from what I'm looking at. It's almost a boy axe, and we know how strong that is. Technically, it's stronger than Boomerang, just this doesn't show the grinder. And you can use them both, Boomerang plus Magic Missile. Gotta be better than Bow and Endless Quiver. You just don't benefit from Barb Tips. And I feel like Barb Tips is just really good right now. I think I'm willing and able to put it in the B tier. It has not felt bad when I take it. Sometimes Bow and Endless Quiver still feels bad. I think it's just I have to not only press the Magic Missile button. Sometimes, and maybe this is where this comes into play, you need to press more buttons than Magic Missile. And I think it's only gotten a little better in terms of my brain usage. So I'm willing to make that a B, if you all are okay with that. Hopefully you are. Magnesis. A tier. I'm a huge fan of Magnetic Grenade, but Magnetic Grenade has been changed in this new update. If you remember, the old Magnetic Grenade used to do lightning bolts all over the screen, and the lightning bolts deal damage to all enemies. It no longer does that. Magnetic Grenade would deal damage right now. It no longer does that. Instead, just like other grenades, it will burst eventually. And the burst damage is not anything to scoff at. A matter of fact, it deals 0 DPS. I didn't know that. So pretty good. They added new suction cup capability. So now if you look at the little guy down there, he couldn't escape. But unfortunately, the lightning bolt doesn't go down there anymore. It now only affected this one enemy and the bat. But you can get some cool stuff. See how they get actually scooted off the platform? That's new, because previously the amount of AoE was less. You can kind of do fun stuff with a lot of monsters. Look at that, look at the flotation. I think damage-wise, it is a nerf. I don't think you can go without saying that the damage has been lowered. But technically, it now does something that it kind of does well, but I don't think it's A tier. I still want to use it because when you're playing tactics, like it's a mobile wolf trap, sorta. We're just losing out on a damage button, especially on bosses. So I want to say continue using it for now. Does pair well with things like Magic Missile, things like the crossbows. As the monsters are stacked on each other, you can fire one rocket launcher, almost like you're playing a real video game. Not you're throwing a lightning ball like you're Raiden. Instead, you're throwing a black hole orb. And all the monsters are now rocket launcherable. Yo, powerful grenade. Shia, welcome. Happy to have you here. Hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. Powerful grenade. Previously, in the C tier, I just hate grenades. Unless they do some kind of effect, I don't seem to rate them very highly. I don't care to pop a monster. Apparently, I feel as though I don't need help killing the monster. I just need to do stuff. I kind of think it's better than infantry, though. Like, if I don't have scheme brutality, I would probably don't mind using this. It's just that the cooldown it's a little long. The damage is kind of legit, though, and if you get bonus damage to certain targets, bleeding. Oil. It's actually pretty potent. And it has a shorter cooldown than Giant Whistle. And that's kind of why I'm rating Giant Whistle so much more low than Powerful Grenade, is that if I'm in a biome, I think I would rather have this. If I'm on a boss, this like doesn't matter which one I have. I just need to use the button as much as possible, which I think this does that. It should be noted that the pull for Magnetic Grenade doesn't stop some charge attacks like the Rampager, the Slasher, got you killed a few times that flew out of the AoE. I have gotten hit by Rampagers a lot. It does do the cool thing where it will pull them down from another platform and actually gets them hurt. But if they see you, no Magnetic Grenade is gonna stop them, which is definitely an important detail. Thank you for posting that. Marksman Bow, previously in the D tier, placeholder. This is a classic weapon where it's like, I want to get through prison quarters, I want to get mutations, so I can play the fun stuff. Does this work with mutations? Absolutely. But when you get into other biomes, you got birds, you got oven knights, you have failed experiment, you get into bosses like the giant. Scarecrow, I guess, is okay. No, it's not. Timekeeper's okay. Scarecrow's probably not. Conjunctivius is okay, depending on how much it moves around the arena. Hand of the King, not super great. Spoiler, decent. Queen, decent. Servants, not that good. I want to say you replace this as soon as you can. Can you beat the game with it? Absolutely. But you could probably do a better job with any other item. Meat Skewer. Previously in the D tier. And like, this is almost purely because, almost like Curse Sword and Flawless, when it works, it looks incredible. When it doesn't work, aka as soon as I get hit, F tier item. I wish I never picked this up. Reason why is it gives you iframes. When you do the actual dash through, you go to the other side, get the crits, and you can kind of like seesaw back and forth. And like, if that works, it's good. When it doesn't work, it's bad, I feel. We try to give a rating to something like Flawless, where how often do you get hit for Flawless to not work? And I say the answer is, you know, not a terrible amount, not enough for me to lose, because I can no longer hurt the enemy. So for Meat Skewer, how often am I in a situation where the Meat Skewer was bad? I'd say Prison Quarters, it's not good because of the Oven Knight. Toxic is okay. Promenade is probably bad, but that's a Promenade issue. Arboretum is probably bad because of Rammus. Prison Depths is okay. Corrupted Prison, I'd say is not okay unless you can breach the Toxic Miasma. Maybe I don't spam it enough. maybe it's a melee mutation thing. I'm not using melee mutation because I am assuming I will pop the enemy during the combo. Maybe I just am not super great with the meat skewer. Am I willing to say that? I'm willing to cut my losses, meet chat halfway. Chat says it's A tier easily. V says every time I get hit, I put it in the F tier. I think we've seen struggles on the Giant. Mama Tick, I don't know how it interacts with Mama Tick. Conjunctivius, it works. Timekeeper, it works. Scarecrow, I think it might be scary. I'm gonna keep it in the C tier. I'll bring it up only because I think if I get hit, I'm gonna rage quit. All right, last one before break time. Multi-knock. Previously in the A tier. I have always rated this thing low, and then Point Blank and Barb Tips came out. And I was like, okay. I actually think now it's probably a good item. I still don't use it though. Like, I'm kind of bad about it. I'm willing to keep it in the A tier though, because I like to say best in class for Barb Tips. I think that's not true. I think Sonic Carbine and Repeater is better. But to be fair, those are S tier. And I don't think it's fair to put this thing down into like the B or lower, strictly because the other items are S tier. All right, let's take a quick break. We are probably like 3/4 of the way done. If we speed run through these, we should be done with the tier list before the 8-hour mark. Again, big thank you to everyone tuning in for tier list stuff. Incredible to have you here. Doing these lives is honestly one of my favorite things of all time. We do a lot of content here on this channel. Regular gameplay, first looks, but this like introspective look at actual mechanics and items was basically my bread and butter for a long time. I haven't done this in a while on stream, but I actually really enjoy doing this, and I hope you all enjoy being around for it. The Young Gentleman in the C tier. So this was in the C tier because I was thinking about what survival builds do I really want to use Mushroom Boy with, and which ones clash, because that's like a big issue where I'm using a build that doesn't want the monster to move. Something like that would include Scythe. If I miss my attack, all of a sudden I'm doing less DPS. Something like the Tombstone, where if I miss my down attack, I might do less damage. But a lot of these single hit items, your staffs, your war spears, explosive crossbow, all of that, I think all of that does use Mushroom Boy. And I think anytime Mushroom Boy yeets an enemy off the screen, it's actually better than if you had hit it. Because if you think about like percent max HP, let's say you're in Ramparts. Ramparts has the towers, and like if you kill a monster and knock it off the cliff, it's incredible. Like you're actually gonna post it on Reddit Discord or Reddit Dead Cells, and you end up with like karma up the wazoo. But unfortunately, most survival stuff won't do that. I guess explosive can. But if the Mushroom Boy can do it, every time the Mushroom Boy yeets a slasher off a platform, that was so much HP you didn't have to go through. Like it's almost saving your controller from hitting additional buttons, so you don't have to buy another $80 PlayStation 5 DualSense controller. Thank you, Mushroom Boy. I appreciate that. It does suck on some bosses. In that case, like we're maybe using Heart of Ice to just spam the explosion. But a lot of items in the game, getting free biome clears, and I say free in air quotes here, is almost worth more than how it works on the boss. Unless it's a primary weapon, aka Gilded Yumi. Alright, Nerves of Steel. Previously, and we've always wanted Nerves of Steel to be in there, it's in the C tier. So Nerves of Steel is a charged bow. You hold the button down. If you release at the perfect timing, you get humongous pogs out of it. There's a lot of ranged items in Dead Cells. And do we necessarily want to do that when there's other options? Damage-wise, the damage is good. Anytime you can crit with this thing, it's actually incredible. 341 is an absolutely massive number. And the actual DPS, like the attack speed, not very slow. But every time you miss that, you do no damage. Compared to something like Infantry Bow, which does, you know, 2/3 of the damage, it's still, you can't miss the crit. Like, it will always crit so long as you're on the target. So I think it's worse than Infantry Bow. Would I rather play Magic Missile? In the past, no. But every time, like, this doesn't miss. This has auto-targeting to it. I think you take this over Nerves of Steel. This thing has like a really cool build around it. I think I'd rather see that full build than this thing. Now this is where it gets a little tough, right? I don't think it's bad. I just think I want to play something not this. I think this is not great, but it's passable. It will get us out of prison quarters, which is also fine. This you can at least get to the end of the game with, and maybe you just got unlucky and none of this stuff showed up. That's very sad. But if any of these do show up, I think it's better. You can also say, well, V, what if I'm a god gamer? What if, just like you're flawless, you never get hit? Does that make it an S rank? If Nerves of Steel you have a 100% crit rate on, you're actually Shroud. You're the Shroud of Dead Cells. It doesn't aim up. I think this still has an advantage, even if you are always landing the crit. Even on bosses, take Hand of the King for example. Hand of the King, if you have a 100% crit rate, that is probably as decent as I floated over Hand of the King's attacks and just shot downward. I think you will probably either net positive on Magic Missile or net even between the two of them. Like, mechanically speaking, if you're that good at the charge attack, you're probably good enough to do flotation and do more. Or you're probably good enough to do like the really good dodge rolls with infantry and have a, I guess attack speed wise, it might be a little better in infantry's favor. Maybe. OD Steel is easy to land a crit. Yo, Fred, you might be the Shroud of Dead Cells in the flesh. Nutcracker. A tier. The A tier survival weapon that we've been looking for all our lives. I didn't think it was possible. Why, V? Why do you like Nutcracker? Don't you need 2 items to make Nutcracker work? Yes. Is Dead Cells in a vacuum? No. You play survival, you are playing assuming you are using this stuff. The stun grenade we haven't seen yet, the root grenade we haven't seen yet, Crusher. All of that stuff doesn't even really matter if you get the stun, because you're using Heart of Ice too. So it's a really good Heart of Ice enabler. It does have Breach to it, which is pretty nice. I think in terms of survival weapons, as we go down the list, V, would you rather use it over Broadsword? Yes. Would you rather use it over Giant Killer? Yes, even on bosses. Would you rather use it over Flint? Absolutely. And it has a really cool build in it, which is Heart of Ice with Boy Axe. You don't even need the actual stun grenade or root grenade. You could just Boy Axe this thing, and it functions. It does the crit off Boy Axe. Nutcracker is a patient weapon, which is annoying for you. So Nutcracker, you see it in the vacuum, as this is a broadsword style slow weapon. I am in agreement with you there, Mads. What I will say is that holistically, when you put Frost Blast in front of it, when you throw the Boy Axe at the monster, roll through the Nutcracker on the back end, and again, this is brain usage, I think. And again, I want to apologize. Whenever I say brain usage, I don't want to tell people that you aren't using your brain. What I do mean by brain usage is that the amount of mental energy required to make it good is higher than just I threw the weapon and the monster died. This is, I want to say, not a super niche example, but what I'm trying to showcase here is once you get over the hurdle that I actually can't swing because the monster is too fast, then good things might happen. So if you look at that, Rampagers are very fast, very scary. Anytime you see Rampager, a normal swing from Nutcracker, you will probably lose the 1v1. It requires me to now think about my gameplay. That could have been an Ice Grenade. That could have been a Frost Blast. That could have been a lot of different things. But the point is that it's not just swing the Nutcracker and you win. If you do that, it's probably a death. So that's why I agree with you that speed-wise, it's an easy way to die if you aren't looking at it from the top down. Killer Deck, aka Yu-Gi-Moto, aka Twisted Fate, aka Hisoka? Who in the world is Hisoka? Does anyone know? AKA Gambit. What are the pros? Super easy. Remember, we were talking about brain usage? Very little brain energy required to throw cards and bring them back. You just spam. Hisoka is from Hunter x Hunter. Does it do something with cards? Good critical damage. It's actually super interesting. So when you go here, it says that the crit is only 77 over 64. As you're a new player, when you see this, this is bad. Like, you see this, you basically never unlock the item. But it's a little deceptive because there's multiple cards and each card does the 77 on crit. And you rip them all at the same time. So you could delete a monster that way. Works with almost every tactics mutation, so very versatile. This is true, it doesn't need poison, doesn't need stuns. It's fast, so you don't need protection on yourself. Biggest problem, positional rips might miss, early game non-rip doesn't kill. So that means every individual card you throw will probably not kill the Rampager, and it will probably chase you down. But as the game goes on, that gets better and better, but sometimes you miss the rip. And what I mean by rip is you bring all the cards back, and they come from different places. They come from the sky, they come from the ground, and they all converge together on one spot. Every multiverse together as one might actually miss the monster. And it's one of the worst things that you could possibly see, but technically, if you are surrounded by monsters and all of everything comes together at once, you might hit every monster. You don't know. And I feel like there's too much luck here. It's super easy, but I don't think you can have these too far from each other. I think any spot that has magic missile should probably have cards next to it because they're very similar, even though the cards don't have auto targeting. What it does have is you can just spam and then rip. And if you are near a monster, it should get hit by it. Oil Sword. Previously in S tier. I have always used Oil Sword. every time I played Brutality. Like, this was probably one of my first favorite weapons in the game. They nerfed it, though, in Update 24, I believe, where just the damage is overall lower. I want to say the critical, the moist critical is still not half bad. Oiled, 215, a little less than Hayabusa's, less than Meat Skewer. Why do I feel like it's actually not very high? It's a little more than Swift Sword. And the reason why is that fire is so easy to get in this game. I think the devs figured that the damage can't be that high because you're always gonna have fire. Like, there's no way you cannot get fire in the Brutality build. But the damage has in fact gone a little lower. I think in terms of a tier list, there will be stuff up here in Brutality, like these two. I would rather use these two than Oil Sword. Even just in a vacuum, these are better than this, with nothing else. If you think about full build, someone in the chat said Instincto, Fire Grenade. That's good. I think you could go even simpler than that with Torch in the backpack and Porcupack. Roll through the enemy, you now crit. You can still do Instincto and all that stuff, but just Fire, even Fire Brand is a one button crit that you just added. At least with doing the Porcupack, you don't have to lose a shield that way. So I think it's good. I just don't think it's as good as these two. Even if you want a CDR machine, I think these are better CDR machines. Cooldown reduction is what I mean. Oil Grenade. A-tier oil grenades? V, does that mean you would rather use Oil Grenade over Powerful Grenade if it showed up? What if I said yes, as Brutality, if I would rather have if I would get an Oil Grenade that has fire on kill, it is better than this thing, I think. On bosses, look at the damage difference. A single Powerful Grenade is 200 damage. A single Oil Grenade, 100 damage on a 10-second cooldown. Oh, it's only 3 seconds worth of difference. So it does half the base damage, but I feel like 100 is not that bad. I think it's better than Cluster Grenade. But the reason why we like it better than Powerful is that when you get something like the oil, if you get ice, if you get fire, all of a sudden all of your other items do even better than just a Powerful Grenade. You could play it with Powerful Grenade and probably get a better Powerful Grenade. There's a couple of hidden things that you're able to use with it. For example, Flint. You can ignite the fire on the ground by using Flint's charge attack, and that's cool. Is it gonna take you into like the triple S Giga busted stuff? It won't. But if I were given the option between this, Powerful, and Infantry, I would take the oil. We just did Oil Grenade. We're now on Tesla Coil. Tesla Coil previously in the triple S, meaning that of all the skills Tactics has available, it must be the best Tactics skill in the game. Think about all the other tactics you see here. Crusher, Lacerator, Knife Dance, Oil Grenade, Corrupted Power, Barney, the new buffed Barney. Is it better than all of them at the same time all at once? What if we open Dead Cells again? We don't really like to get into the numbers game. We're like, okay, is it actually as strong as you think it is? All right, we're gonna go in. We're gonna start the timer. Start with double CrossbowMatic. See how long it takes to take down a fist. Maybe double CrossbowMatic's DPS is split right now. So this is an unfair argument, V. Time? 35 seconds to take down a fist. I don't know. That's going down awfully fast. Time? 17 seconds. Now you may say, well, V, baby, the Tesla coil is doing its full damage. Double CrossbowMatic is split. So I guess you can say in that regard, it is literally better than double CrossbowMatic, because double crossbow hits 2 things. And I actually do more damage with the full AoE, and I hit more than 2 things, because I can hit bats, I can hit mushroom boys that spawn. So even though it's split DPS on a double crossbow, technically I do the same thing without splitting my DPS using Tesla coil. So I even feel like it's there. We did the measurement accurately without having to run the numbers. Cleaver in the S tier, Tesla coil still in the double S, still better than every other option. Okay, parry shield. Parry shield previously in the B tier, B for boozable. It's not bad. What parry shield doesn't do is it doesn't let you do a full block, but I don't think anyone out there except for me and Susie are doing full blocks in Dead Cells. And even then, that's like memery. Especially in a world where Face Flash exists. There's no need to pop Vengeance unless you're doing like a fresh save speed run and you want to like reduce the amount of damage you take. It's probably better than knockback. Probably better than cudgel. So I think C is fine. Like once you get into bosses like the giant, it actually does really well against the giant. But some bosses, it won't do that. Hand the King is a good example. Yeah, you can parry back bombs from Hand the King and get double the bombs. But I feel like you might lose a no-hit if you do it and struggle. I'd rather do this and get the parries on the actual melee hits and then run from the bombs. Ideally, that's how I would play it out. Phaser. If I were a phaser, I would be an S tier. If I were a phaser, guaranteed I'm in the S tier. When is phaser bad? Phaser is bad on the giant sometimes. It's very finicky. And maybe that's it? Maybe the giant is the only instance in all of Dead Cells where it's bad. Okay, so. See how I was over here? I was able to get to this hand, but I can't go up. Oh my god, I just phasered into the lava. Okay, phaser. Phaser will not take you to the eyeball. You might be here smacking. That worked. But then I went to the fist. The dead fist. So, I mean, I personally think it is still an S tier. I'm not gonna put it in the triple S because I do think in terms of Susie gameplay, you will die every once in a while using phaser. I die sometimes using phaser, and I have freaking 2 million hours in this game. I find new instances every single day where phaser did something wrong. And sure, you could call it a bug, but it's more like it's the targeting. You have to know what the targeting is ahead of time. It's enough that I won't consider it brain usage and drop it down. If anything, it's a brain usage that dropped it at a double S. But I think it's okay where it is. Punishment. Previously in the B tier, that means it is actually a little lower than Bloodthirsty Shield, with good reason. We like to believe that the Bloodthirsty Shield will buff our Giant Whistle on Hand of the King. Hand of the King does a 3-hit combo, parry, parry, parry. Now my Giant Whistle does 60% bonus damage. Compared to Punishment, where the Punishment does its own damage, which we assume is less than 50% of a Giant Whistle. Assuming. Why is Knife Dance not Giga Busted? Because this is probably better. Like, if there was a triple S and we put Knife Dance up, I would probably put Tesla above it. If this thing had a shorter cooldown where I could use it and never lose the bleed, probably up there. It's good, it's just not like, it's not this. We did this. What was I just talking about? Oh yeah, shields. Yeah, so punishment. I think punishment's still good. It's just that, like, by the first boss, I think I'd rather see the Bloodthirsty Shield, because by then, you're thinking about your synergies, right? You're thinking about how can I deal more damage? That's the Psyche video, how I do more damage in Dead Cells, in advanced, whatever, advanced guides. I think Bloodthirsty will eventually do that, whereas a punishment that doesn't do poison or bleeding will not. Carbine. Previously in the S tier, V. How? All Carbine does is a poison cloud. Is that really enough to put in the S tier? Isn't like any other bow better than Carbine? I'm gonna show you something. Another excuse to open Dead Cells. Okay, a single Carbine bullet will kill multiple monsters in one bullet. In terms of fishing, getting the fishing, a good pole allows you to do things you never thought you could with one bullet. If you do more than one bullet, the monster has to die. If the monster doesn't die, something's wrong. But it's like set and forget. Yeah, it's a slower weapon, but when you think about how often do I actually need to shoot? Like, perhaps you shoot too many times and you potentially get tagged. One is all you need. That's it. Just a single dab is enough to get you by. So as an individual item, it will kill stuff. Of course, you aren't really gonna try to go through a biome with just Carbine, right? You wanna put this with the Boomerang. You wanna put it in the backpack. You wanna put it with Hokuto's bow. You might bring in the Owl. And we're talking all S rank stuff right now. You S back to back to back to back. And you end up with an S tier item. Like, at some point, with all of these S tiers together, each stone in the Affinity Gauntlet, something's gotta be an S in this setup. Maybe it's this. Yo, Assault Shield. C for situational on Assault Shield. You may say, oh, is it situational because you're speedrunning? No. It's actually in there for two reasons. One is Brutality Open Wounds Melee Mutation. Assault Shield actually applies both Melee Mutation and Open Wounds every time you hit the monster with a shield. It's kind of like invisible power that you may not have ever seen before. And then while survival, it enables kill rhythm. So remember, I was talking about Wrecking Ball, how Veedotme's Wrecking Ball is immaculate. No, I'm being humble here. It's because we're using Assault Shield. You dash in, you get attack speed bonus on Wrecking Ball. That removes the need to have like the slow wind up and actually becomes very good. How is Assault Shield just as good as Endless Bow? Well, this is tactics only. Like, we don't measure these two together. So I think I can't. No, I just gotta say and see. Like, you all don't want to know how badly I want to put this in the B tier, but I know as soon as I do, it's like, okay, when do you play Assault Shield over these two? And I think you never do. I do, but that's a me issue. That's a Veedotme issue. So it ends up in the C tier. Pyro. Pyrotechnics, previously a C. I personally am not using Pyrotechnics anymore. I think I would prefer Magic Missile. So I have flip-flopped on my stance, which is not super great. Pyro does 102, and then whatever the flames DPS is, Magic Missile does 164. Magic Missile does 50% more damage at base than Pyro, assuming that the fireball isn't like some humongous number. The other issue is that Pyro doesn't have, it has some diagonal ability, but it doesn't shoot at all angles like Magic Missile does. So in terms of fighting things like Hand of the King, or the Giant, or Conjunctivius, I want to say Magic Missile will perform better because you won't miss. Pyro has a lot of damage in the third hit, which is true. Do I particularly like the 3-hit combos on range stuff? I don't. Same thing with freaking Bow and Endless Quiver. Even Multi-Knock has a 3-hit combo to it, which I don't really understand. I'd rather a ranged attack just be the ranged attack, and that's it. So would I use Firebrand over Pyro? Yes. Full build Blowgun versus full build Pyro. Maybe it can stay as a C. Where the idea is that, like, out of the box, I really don't want to use Pyro. I'd rather use Magic Missile. But in the actual build, where it works, it's still decent. Maybe not enough to like move it into like this territory, but enough to say it's pretty situational. Next up, oh my god. Holy crap. V, you've never measured this before. No one has. And Silksong got some footage shown at the Xbox conference. How could you possibly measure this thing low now that we got actual news for Silksong? Not a triple S. But this one's hard. I would say out of every other item in the game, this one is actually difficult for me to measure, simply because it does stuff just like Face Flask that no other weapon can do. If you are in the monster's hitbox, you can do that. Typically, I do it with a dodge roll. I feel like that's the most consistent way to do the upswipe. You can also attack through platforms, just like that. See? I mean, it's not really helping me a lot right now. And unfortunately, my Hollow Knight tech is a little rusty. This is actually an awful monster and an awful place to be doing this. You can't spam it, unfortunately. That's me spamming. So like, if there's god gamers out there, it even like interrupted the roar. So even the up swipe is like super decent. Look at that, it stopped its attack. It just gave up. That's kind of good. And then I almost feel like the down swipe, the Tinder down swipe, is just icing on the cake. Crap. See why I rolled through? Because I feel like I don't always get the positioning I want. Like, yeah, it's gonna increase the runtime. I think it's kind of okay. And once you get to actual bosses and start like destroying the boss AI because you're infinitely over it, I think that's pretty good. And for me to put that in anything less than S might be a disservice to the actual nail itself. And to be honest, I don't care for the nail that much in terms of fun factor. I'd rather just play something else. But I can't discount how powerful it is to reset the monster by doing the Tinder up swipe. Or being able to float overhand the king and have him not hit you. That is pretty decent. Alright, next up, Quick Bow. A tier. Quick Bow got nerfed in update 24, where it requires 3 bullets to get the crit. And to be honest, 3 bullets is a lot more than 2. That is like immediately feelable. I think it's still good though. I just think that barb tips is maybe not the answer for this. It's good, but ideally you want grenades. You want to get your ammo back, use Instincto to get bonus critical. Bonus cooldown reduction on your critical. Then you throw out more grenades. Sure, you could do turrets and try to sit on the turret and maybe like burn out the enemy eventually because you're rocking barb tips. But I feel like you're losing the benefit of having Instincto, which is probably like a better option for you. Is it better than Magic Missile? I like to believe yes. Like, probably in practice, it's worse. Like, probably if you were to put me to the test on GDQ and say, V, we need you to speedrun Dead Cells right now. And then Quick Bow showed up, I think it might be kind of a sag. If Magic Missile showed up, then we're fine. So I'm okay with this. It's probably better than stuff down here, but I don't want to say that it's better than Magic Missile. So like if I had to measure it, it would be like these 3. Rampart. This thing has never not been an S tier. And like they've tried to nerf it before. They tried to reduce the amount of duration the bubble is. They lowered the damage on the parry, I think, at some point. It's always good. So long as there's a world where we have parries and attacks that can be parried. I guess the Queen is the best example of how to counter the Rampart. If there are more enemies in the game that ignored Rampart, then sure, it might not be an S rank. But because parry in this game is so strong and the bubble is so easy accessible, it's probably good. I don't use it very often because I feel like I have more fun doing other stuff, but I certainly could be using it, and I'm not. So, Rapier. Previously in the C tier, and okay, I will admit, I am a Rapier hater. I can't stand using this item. Like, for the first 5 minutes, when I'm showcasing it, it's beautiful. Like, you all think that I'm a freaking Rapier master. I'm actually Raphael from Soul Calibur. That's how good this thing looks. And then, like, right around Prison Depths, when things start to change a little bit, my mental has flopped. The tiltometer might be going up a little bit, because now all of a sudden I can't kill the lacerator before it spins. But that's not really a Rapier issue, that's like everything issue. I think what I'm not doing enough is the parry. I actually think this is broken right now, like actually not working the way it's supposed to work. And again, we don't want to really say that, yes, it's the bug that makes it an S tier. Alright, so to show you, this is a normal attack. When you do the dodge roll, you get crits. It even lights up the item on the bottom of the screen. But as you see, no crits are happening. I'm gonna roll through. And now we crit. Beautiful, beautiful. But at some point, I'm gonna stop rolling. At some point, it just crits. And we don't know why. I didn't even do the parry. It's just critting. Chat was trying to decide, is that reportable? I don't comment on that. It's not my item. Chat, this is all yours. You get to decide if this is reportable or not. I could care less. I should probably not measure it on that. So I'm gonna bring it down into the A tier, assuming that that is a bug. And you get like the assault shield dash. An assault shield we put into the C tier. It's probably good. And it pains me to say that. It's probably good. Oven Axe, B tier. So Oven Axe, would I use this over Giant Killer on a boss? I shouldn't, right? Would I use it over Broadsword? Fun factor, yes. Will I use it over Wrecking Ball? I will probably tell someone else, use this over Wrecking Ball, but me personally, maybe not. So it might be something like this, where it's just a little bit in front of the Wrecking Ball. I don't think it's bad. It's just that I will want to get rid of this eventually and use this instead. I would rather use this all day over Oven Axe. Even just fun factor wise, the damage is pretty decent on Pickaxe. Not as much as Oven Axe, but it's still decent. All right, Repeater, and sorry, I'm trying to speed up a little bit. Repeater last seen in the S tier. I know I had people saying, V, I struggle with Repeater. It's just too slow for me. I can't kill anything, and by the time I kill anything, another monster's on me, and I can't snare all the monsters. I can't shoot backwards and forward at the same time. What do you do, V? You press Y, or triangle, and you use barb tips. And if you have to press the square button ever, I apologize. I hope you don't. I hope you never ever have to press anything but the volley of arrows. That's tactics, to be fair. Survival doesn't actually have that. When you're playing survival, the only real benefit you have from survival is what? Ice armor, maybe? I guess Heart of Ice. With Heart of Ice, you get to snare the enemy, put in the bullets, and you get cooldown reduction for doing that. And that might mean more wolf traps and more giant whistles. This is a build where I would use either giant whistle or death orb, absolutely. Maybe death orb is a little better because you're planted in place, so you can't outrun your death orb. So it's like, you gotta think of it beyond a slasher is in front of you and all you have is a repeater. Like, you have all of this stuff open that Repeater feeds into. Barb tips, Heart of Ice, more death orbs, more giant whistles. And with that, you're probably fine. And it has probably one of the best boss killing capability of any of the crossbows at all. Strictly off of barb tips. Next up, R&B. B rank R&B. I used to be a huge fan of R&B. Tony Braxton, D'Angelo, Genuine, all of them. Like award-winning artists, Grammy-winning artists. But then they turned the R&B into survival only. And that made things a little tougher. What makes survival only so difficult is that I really feel like this thing needs melee mutation. You end up running into monsters, and when you don't have the stun, the breach as it is, you will oftentimes get tagged by things. But I think too often than not, I wish I had some kind of slowdown. If you don't get the victim slow nearby targets, that becomes really tough. Now that's good. And maybe I'm still like kinda underestimating my ability with this thing. Nice block. Oh god, we're actually dead. I don't know if that was an R&B issue. That may have been a Veedotme issue. I just was not in range. And I think I got knocked backward. Okay, we're gonna do a quick test here to see if point blank buffs this. V Concierge, L Concierge, or La Concierge. 387. So we saw like around 400 damage. Let's grab point blank and see how that feels. And I don't know if like, do you really take point blank just to buff that? Maybe you do. All right, so the number to beat is like 400. $580. 600. What do y'all think? Is that legit? Am I willing to bring R&B back to the table? My dream R&B would be R&B with sickle around you. Like you actually are doing the strum and then the sickles are just rotating around you the entire time. That sounds incredible. But I don't know how easy that is to do. And maybe you do R&B with gold plating. Gold plating so that you just stand there and eat the hits, but instead it's just dumping all your money away. Maybe that's the actual reason that you use gold plating? Literally made for R&B? Alright, Root Grenade. Previously the B tier. I have been using Root Grenade more and more. Like almost to the point, this is a survival only grenade. I think I prefer it over powerful. The only thing that this doesn't work on is the giant. And it does 0 damage on the giant, I believe. So it doesn't work against the giant. Scarecrow has limited use. It does work on Hand the King, Timekeeper, etc, etc. Does really good in biomes, clears out Shantae, clears out Burbs, clears out Earthshakers. I think I like it over powerful, and it gives you Groot damage, which is kind of good, I feel. If it could actually Groot the giant, like literally keep the fist in place, probably a S. If it did damage to the giant, I think I would keep it as an A, no matter what. Oh my god. B, this is a new item. New item. Dagger Prophet. We did not measure these items on the tier list ever. No one has. I checked. Not a soul on this planet has played this item. We have not seen Spite Sword either. So Dagger of Prophet. No spoilerino, I think it's top 3 brutality. I think it's probably one of the best in class for biome clear. And the only thing that it struggles on, well, I guess in bank's bad. But that might be a bank issue. Every time we say something about the bank, you can't consider that as the reason why the weapon is not an S rank. So the only thing is bosses. This item, unfortunately, doesn't crit in bosses in a vacuum, because you cannot get gold from a boss except for 3 ways. 1, Greed Shield. Parry the boss, get a tooth. The toofuses give you crits for 3 seconds, but unfortunately, the tooth doesn't drop again. You can only get 1 toofuses every boss, essentially. You only get 1 toofuses off a boss. Your second option is pickaxe. You might think to yourself, V, come on now. I know you, V, that's brain usage. Why would you ever press 2 buttons? You won't. Like, bet me, you won't press 2 buttons. No, I won't. You put this into Porcupack. You roll through the boss. Timekeeper, Hannah King, Giant, every boss you can roll through. You can get $10 on every roll, which gives you crits for 3 seconds. Porcupack is on a 3-second cooldown. So you get downtime for every dodge roll you had to do to activate the Porcupack. Like, that timing, that's literally like the downtime. And then number 3. Oh yes, V, your Giga Busted double S item. Tainted Flask while using Midas Blood. You hit yourself, you get $15. That's gas money. That $15 goes a long way. Well, I guess not nowadays, but back in my day, $15 did a lot. And in Dead Cells, $15 still does a lot. It gives you the crits. I'm not putting it in the triple S because it requires all of the other stuff around it. And like, you can say the same thing, this requires stuff too, but this is the enabler. This is the product of the enabler. Say a Stiletto, also a top 3 brutality build. It is currently sitting in the S tier still. And I'm gonna tell you, I only use Seda Stiletto in one instance and one instance only, and that's with open wounds. I literally do not use this item if I don't have open wounds. Is there a world where I somehow have mobile poison? Like Snake Fangs in Porcupack, and you dodge roll through, and then you crit? I guess, but why am I not just using open wounds? If I'm playing Porcupack, that means I'm doing brutality. If I'm playing off of brutality, Tactics Sadist Stiletto, how would I ever activate poison on Sadist Stiletto? This thing? Is that legit? I think Snake Fang is better though. I guess you get the benefit of 2 crits possibly? Sure, I'll take it. Why not? Alright, so the idea here is I'm walking, right? I'm walking. I find nothing. I find an Ovenite. Shoot it. No poison. Sag. Shoot it. Poisoned. Now we get crits. But why would I not just do the actual Blowdart? Yeah, exactly. I think you just use Blowdart. I guess on an elite? I don't know when you really use this on tactics. It's just an option. Maybe if the blowgun shows up, like this is kind of fun. How everything was poisoned just then. If the blowgun shows up and Snake Fang never shows up, then it's fine. I'm 1 tactics right now. Like, that's kind of bad. I'm using a lot of bullets. Like, that's a lot of poison. And now it's all gone. And I ran out of ammo. So that is when I should have used my Sadist Stiletto. Absolutely. I think it's okay. It's just another option in the blowgun kit. I don't think I would go for this build. I don't think I would play tactics. Sadist Stiletto shows up and all of a sudden I'm like, yo, chat, hold up. Can I get a small loan of a blowgun, please? I don't think that's gonna happen. But in brutality, I think it's still very, very effective. So I'm gonna keep it in the S right now, and maybe I'll experiment a little more with the poison tactics builds. Now that we're still kind of learning the capability of those, maybe there is a world where Sadist Stiletto does exist while purple. Seismic Strike. Previously, in the C tier, Flint Seismic Strike, Giant Whistle Powerful Grenade, Kill Rhythm Heart of Ice. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This one was you snare them with Seismic Strike, and then you spam Flint. You don't even do the charge. That way you can rack up the Heart of Ice. Yeah, so I think Seismic Strike is kind of a cool enabler. Wrong scene. But I kind of think that I can do all of that with Boy Axe. And Boy Axe is surprisingly good. I don't know if there's a build out there, and maybe it remains to be seen. V, I promise you, there's a Seismic Strike out there that is beautiful. And you will definitely want to play this for the rest of your life. Until then, I don't think those Seismic Strike builds are super great. I think it's like a placeholder until Boy Axe shows up. Even if you say, oh, well, V, you got the Nutcracker. Nutcracker's way up there, right? Just use one Seismic Strike, and then you spam the Nutcracker on them. This is still a replacement for anything else that could possibly show up. I just swear there was a build out there, and I might think of this offline or something, and I'll do a viewer build of this. I'll submit my own build and say, yo, by the way, this was the Seismic Strike build that I was thinking of a long time ago. All right, next up, Shovel. Shovel in the D tier. D because the shovel, it's literally just a baseball bat and does nothing. It does knock away bombs, which is kind of fun. Really effective in prison depths. Pretty effective against Hand of the King. But I haven't really been using the shovel anymore. I think now that pickaxe exists, I am using shovel even less. Not bad. I don't think it's an instant sell, as in like I die if I take this. I think this is just pickaxe waiting room. Outside of all the other builds, can you beat the game with it? Absolutely. I feel like it does. I think War Spear does more damage than Shovel. That's honestly my biggest issue. 158. How on earth does War Spear do 256 without critting? Is that real? There's no way. Why does that do so much damage? It used to do 180 when it was a heavy weapon still. Oh, you're saying it got buffed out of 180, which is still more than 150. So yeah, we're gonna keep this in the D tier. Not instant sell, but it's okay. Maw. Maw, it's my turn on the Xbox. What are the pros? Well, many synergies around mutations and crowd control choice. What that means is that the shark does a crit on snared targets, on grooted targets. You can do Wolf Trap, you can do Root Grenade, or you can just stick with Stun and Ice, and then focus on the Groot from the shark itself. Synergies on mutations is around point blank. I will tell you that point blank apparently works on the shark. Are you gonna be doing that? You may not have to, because a lot of times the crit on grooted target will kill the enemy anyway, and you don't really need the shark to do that, like the actual launcher to do it. What are the pros? Good against tough bosses. Compared to all the other survival weapons out there, Conjunctivious, Mamatic, Scarecrow kinda, if you're playing survival, Timekeeper, Giant, Hand of the King, Servants, Queen. Works on all of them. The combo timer is too short. What that means is that when I do one shark on one enemy, go to my next enemy, try to get the other swing, kill that one, get to the next enemy, and then yeet the shark, the time is too strict. And I would love to see that like pushed out a little bit. And then I mentioned that it has perma Groot. A lot of people wish that it was a 2-button thing. Like if you hold the button down, it yeets the shark. I know the speed of the shark. See how I reset the combo? That's why I don't like. But see how the speed of the shark is relatively slow? Like that's really the only issue that chat had. But I paired that with Rampart, so I don't have to worry about the attack speed. I just have the bubble anyway. Alright, so now we have this. I threw the Groot. Hands off! Thematics A, Biome B, Boss A. Viewer said that it's a B somehow. I say it's an A tier. I think Shark, maybe not the best survival melee weapon, because I think Pickaxe is actually better. I think it's a really, really strong A. Alright, so I think I'm going to keep this as an A, because I still think there are S rank survival items that are a little better. Shrapnel Axe. Shrapnel, previously an S tier. And I feel like this one was really difficult for me to convince chat that this is truly S. I like to believe it is. And 2 reasons why. One, well, I guess 3 reasons. One, the combo, in my opinion, is one of the best combos in the game. Very fast, very mobile. Very rewarding when you get the combo off. Outside of the 3-hit combo, of course, it throws darts at the enemy. The darts themselves do decent damage. They stick into the enemy, which gives you access to things like barb tips. So I'm also using this with Ripper and Boy Axe. To be perfectly honest, the Boy Axe will probably kill all the monsters itself. The issue with Boy Axe is that Boy Axe only hits 1 target. Okay, so look at the HP. And then we get this. This is the damage of me applying the Boy Axe, which I just ran out of, and then swiping it, and then Ripper. And now I have my ammo back. I'm throwing 2 more Boy Axes, and then we're getting that. And yeah, you can do that with any other shrapnel weapon. But the advantage that you have here is that you have bullets coming from the axe by itself. Technically, if you land those and the situation changes, now you're getting Ripper on just the 1 item and not from the Boy Axe itself. And I want to say that's good. I think people probably don't like this weapon. Honestly, it could be better if the bullets came out even if you're in melee range. It doesn't have to hit the enemy that you're actually fighting, but if like you had Pierce and the projectiles flew out, even if you're in melee range, it just hits the monsters behind. I think that would be a fantastic buff. And maybe make it OP, maybe. Like my headcanon, this is already an S, and that would push it into like really high S. But for everyone else, it is very usable. Suffers from false advertising. That's a good way to put it. Melee damage is higher than the projectiles themselves, and the bullets do come out if the last hit kills the melee, actually. I did not know that. Combo is a bit slow for you for brutality. For brutality, I use melee mutation. For tactics, I am using point blank and stuff like that to make sure that I kill the monster as it gets to me. But melee mutation for brutality helps, absolutely. Alright, Sinew Slicer, A tier. Sinew Slicer, I feel like, is low-key one of the best brutality turrets in the game. If we were... Oh my god. There's no way. It's gonna miss the giant, so it's probably not that worth using. But against the actual Timekeeper, very good. So in terms of enemies, Concierge good, Mama Tick good, Conjunctivius not that great. Timekeeper good, Scarecrow good, Giant not that great. Hannah King good, Queen good, Servants good, Spoiler good. Good against almost all of them. Versus Biomes, good against almost everything. Until you get to Burbs, Toxic Miasma, that kind of stuff. Crabs even. I think I prefer it over Double Crossbow, 100%. But do I prefer it over the new Barney? Why is Barnacle down here anyway? Maybe Barnacle should be up here. Crap, I might need to measure this, but it sucks because, like, how do I measure with the actual poison? I think this is the way you go, because these will kill something. These, sure, they do damage, but I think the actual real DPS is up here. Yeah, I think I prefer this. I would keep it at A because the affixes highlight the weapon's full potential, but it's easily destroyed. This, I know we don't like to talk about starred affixes, but Bleeding Causes Poisoning on Sinew Slicer is probably one of the best turrets in the game. Like, out of all the synergies you could think of, this Bleeding Causes Poisoning is probably the most damage. Alright, next up, Smoke Bomb. Previously in the D tier because Smoke Bomb did not work in update 2.4. They have fixed it, and it now works again. And we'll put it in the D, and it works to what degree, Mr. Streamer? If you think it's so good, prove it. So let's take a look at this. So we got the Smoke Bomb. We're going into Calliope. Calliope, very good at dead cells. She jumps to us, we pop the smoke, smack her, she's gone. We're using Boy Axe, by the way. She's like half HP due to what I did. Alright, smoke, throw, dead. For those who don't know, Smoke Bomb has some ridiculous modifier on it. It will do like plus 2000% bonus damage on your attack. The only issue is that if you have a weapon that does other stuff, say like a bomb that gets thrown out. I know I have shoots an arrow in front of you for some reason, and that's 13,000. You think that's legendary only? But I feel as though if I saw a non-legendary, it must be like in the 8,000 range, which is still like an incredible high number. Incredibly high. All right. Oh my god. What was even the number? That's way over boss cap. Boss cap is supposed to be 15%. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. That's 5 million damage. That is definitely more than 15% of the boss's HP in one swing. I mean, that is a legendary, V. Just to be completely fair, You said legendaries are not to be measured to this degree. So assuming the other ones do that, I would say it's probably fair to be in the S tier. Probably. Sonic Carbine. Previously in the S tier, I really like Sonic Carbine. Barb tips numero uno right here. It's not like repeater crossbow where you do the volley and then you just run. It does require a little bit of gameplay to it. Just a little bit. How is it not double S? Because why would it not be double S? Because I feel like sometimes I don't actually get the pop. It's like, and I saw that shoots an arrow in front of you, and I feel like I have done smoke bomb before, gone to the enemy, attacked it, and I don't get the actual smoke bomb damage. It may be like I have to re-roll the thing and take off the bomb or take off the arrows. I don't know what it is yet. And if I figure out what that is, then I can guarantee you, the viewer, can get 50 million damage on your attacks 100% of the time, I will make it double S. Until then, it has to sit in the S tier. I'll update the video once I find out. So yeah. I just put in Sonic Carbine. So Sonic Carbine does have like a really different attack animation than Assault Carbine. I think Assault Carbine is probably better in terms of raw gameplay. Like the ability to just press the volley and then keep moving is just better. But in terms of what does the most damage over time, I think Ammo Mutation Sonic Carbine on most bosses probably does more damage than Assault Crossbow, volley, and then hold down square, I think. And of course, it could be a matter of we gotta pull up live splits and see exactly how long it takes, but I don't feel like doing that, so I will call this an S and call it a day. Remember the good old days of being permanently F tier? That was so sad. It was just a long-range war spear, except worse. A tier on the New Balances. The Jeezys walks. That's what we used to call these in high school. The Jesus walks. I think it's still just as good as it is right now. I think a lot of people don't use this because they don't trust it. And it's good because on most bosses, it will kill with just the shoes itself. Mamatic, Concierge, maybe Conjunctivus if you get lucky. Timekeeper, maybe Scarecrow if you get lucky. Not the Giant. Hand of the King, Queen for sure. I don't know about Servants. I don't think it kills Servants because there's too many of them at one time. You have to get lucky again where they stack up and then you kick them all into the wall together. I think eventually they will teleport away and then you're surrounded. So I'm not willing to put this in the S tier. If this worked on the Giant and Servants guaranteed, I would put this in the S. And I know that's kind of a hot take, but I do feel as though it's that strong. Because you get to stun lock monsters and do like % max HP damage. And for all my people who use aspects, you can use the like down slam aspect with those boots, and it actually does 4 times the damage for using aspect of falling or whatever it's called. The Timbos in the C tier. So as much as I love my Timberlands, I have a pair right over there. I actually don't. It's actually to say I would use it as often as Meat Skewer is probably false. To say I'm using this as often as Flashing Fans, probably false. I don't want to mislead the audience. Is it good? Sure. Like you get melee mutation, you find a monster and you just start pressing square and you will probably crit it all throughout the time that it's trying to attack you. That's actually kind of good. but I will usually get rid of it once like a real build shows up. Once the meat skewer, I guess, shows up. That's a real build, right? Once the Rapier shows up, once the Swift Sword shows up, once the Impaler shows up, Hayabusas with the phaser, all that stuff, all, in my opinion, better than running Spike Timberlands. All right, Spike Shield. In the C tier. So I had it in the C tier because I considered the other shields in the B tier better than Spike Shield. And I think I will flip-flop on that. Is probably about as good as Punishment. If you never swing with Frontline Shield, it is probably better than Frontline Shield. You get hold down button gameplay, which is better than any other shield. Well, I guess besides this one. This can kill the Scarecrow by itself, which is really nice. We said knockback shield. If anytime the knockback kills an enemy, that's one less enemy you had to deal with. Spike shield probably does that more consistently. So yeah, I think C was like not the correct rating for that. It's gotta be B or higher. Only reason it's not higher is because me activating this and then doing Giant Whistle for plus 60% might be stronger than this. Spike Sword. A rank. We had it in the A rank because there was not any option besides hold the button shield gameplay for Spike Sword. That has changed. And we now have deal 5 damage to me, crack a piece of glass over my face, and activate Spike Sword. That wasn't in 2.4. So I think because of that, right, it's gotta move up. Now you're thinking, okay, V, is it better than Dagger Prophet? I feel like Dagger Prophet is better for raw DPS, but Spike Sword has a kick to it, and the kick is actually crowd control. If you kick Mamatic during like her attacks, she will cancel them and do something else. So that's gameplay that Dagger Prophet doesn't have. Dagger just has damage on it. So it's almost like personal preference. Would you like to do more damage? Take the Dagger. Would you like to see the attack interruptions? Take Spike. Toothpick. In the C tier. We're on the home stretch, kinda. Toothpick. Big bonks. No, right? I don't have any reason to use Toothpick. It's almost like a challenge weapon. Like I'm playing Dead Cells to make a specific, almost meme-worthy challenge where I am running Toothpick and I am beating myself in the head with it. Now, I kind of hate this though. These three together, I'd much rather take this over Toothpick. So I'm not being toxic here. I'm just saying, if I have the choice, if I have an armoire of survival weapons, and someone said, V, we'll give you the chance to win $10,000 by beating the game with one of these survival weapons, I'm not taking Toothpick. That's $10,000 I didn't have. I think I'd rather take Wrecking Ball than Toothpick in the $10,000 tournament. Next up, Stun Grenade. Previously in the D tier. D because I consider Ice Grenade and Ice Armor the better options over Stun Grenade. Why? Stun Grenade doesn't actually stun Hand the King, does not stun Scarecrow, does not stun Burbs, doesn't stun Earthshakers, also doesn't stun Skeletons. There's a laundry list of stuff it doesn't stun, whereas Ice stuns all of that stuff. So it has to be worse than Ice. Swift Sword. Oh no, my Swift Sword, it got nerfed. S rank. You might be asking, V, I don't remember seeing Swift Sword on the list. What do you mean it got nerfed? If I go to the patch notes, Control F Swift Sword with no sounds. Windows says it was never nerfed. But it's a secret ninja nerf is what we used to call it back in the MMO days. They ninja nerfed it by moving Tonic's move speed to Vampirism. So, you might be thinking, how do you activate the crits? We used to activate it with Swift Sword. I mean with Tonic. Now you have to run Vampirism. And I actually like it. But I think in terms of like Susie walking down the street, found my address, and I can see her on the sidewalk. My best option is to go out the back door, go like to a neighbor's house, come up, and yell, "Yo, Susie, what are you doing in my neighborhood?" All she wants to know, how do I activate crits with Swift Sword on bosses? Okay, Susie, Vampirism, but please keep walking. So it's not bad, it's just obviously Vampirism yeets your HP. You lose HP by activating the Vamp button. But in order to avoid that, you need to get hits in to get your health back. And at level 1, you will lose more health than you will gain. You won't break even until around the concierge point. In that case, it's actually doing better. So I am going to bring this down purely because Tonic got nerfed. It's unfortunate, I am in agreement with it, but I don't want you all to use Swift Sword Vampirism and die to concierge. You wish Corrupted Power got the speed buff? That'd be really cool. Is it confirmed that Face Flask can't roll move speed? No, we got that just the other day. One of the viewer builds that had Face Flask in it rolled move speed, and we were saying the joke $50,000 oh well, you actually put 50k gold, but it's like a legendary Pokemon or like a shiny Charizard. That's the $50,000 Charizard. Does still exist. Just on legendary, I don't think I've seen it. I think I've only seen it on regular Face Flask. Just kind of weird. So yeah. Yeah, and if you get the star to fix on this thing, then yes, it has a freaking amazing Swift Sword. But that's a rare shiny Pokemon that maybe won't show up. Yo, Wormettes. Previously, in the F tier. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. V, how is there no way this is an F tier item? Let me show you. Biter pets are now way more resistant to attacks and effects that don't specifically target them. You may think to yourself, V, it's still Wormettes though. How do you ever deal damage with Wormettes ever? Alright, so one Wormette. Let's watch the HP. They lived. They got yeeted into spikes. But remember, if you were playing a turret, even Tesla Coil would have died just then. Eat. Din Din. They're still alive. Still alive, are you? That's what Hannah King's saying right now. Yeeted, but now they're already back. Even the flag. Flag does nothing to Wormettes. They laugh it off. Now this is a really bad example. Oh, bombs. Bombs kill 2 of them. But this is already like well and above how it was in the past. So actually kind of sick, I think. Of course it doesn't do that on every boss. Concierge works. Mama Tick works. Conjunctivious doesn't do super well. Timekeeper works. Scarecrow works. Giant, not very good. I mean, probably I should say it doesn't work at all. Technically, they can hit the eyeball, but it's so convoluted, I would say don't even bother. Hannah King works, Servants works, Queen works. So I think it's above an F. I think it's better than a D, but it can't possibly be better than a C, I feel. Only because A, there's certain bosses it doesn't work in, and B, they are just biters, and every other tactics skill probably does more than the biters would. Probably. Just over time. A strong C, I actually really like that. Better than Decoy? Yes. Because the Decoy takes 3 seconds to activate, and then it takes another 20 seconds to get back. Compared to, not only do I get the benefit of the biters spamming, because the biters are on a, it's on a 10-second cooldown, so technically I can use the Ranger's Gift with it, which I feel like is not terrible. It's just, I think there's other better stuff. Alright. Symmetrical Lance. Previously in the tier of the gods, the B tier. And it was a B because War Spear was in the A tier. And I was thinking to myself that it cannot be better than War Spear ever. But what if War Spear is an S tier? And Symmetrical Lance is in the A. I actually think Symmetrical Lance is very strong. Even on bosses, it does really high damage. You just need other buttons besides the War Spear itself. Like, you can't play War Spear with Wolf Trap. War Spear 256, Symmetrical Lance. Something, some number. 192. How is it weaker than War Spear? Okay, it does like 20% bonus damage when you're in 4BC, so that's probably fine. So yeah, I think it's good. I don't think it's S tier worthy because War Spear might be in the S tier slot. Telluric Shock, previously in the C tier, because it doesn't work on bosses for the most part. Sure, you can jump over Concierge, sure you can do cosplay. Hand of the King cosplay, where you do the slam after he does his slam, and then you post it to Reddit and you get karma for it. Is Symbol Distortion the only item that's straight up removed? Yes. I would say the closest is probably Magnetic Grenade in terms of it is completely changed. Vampirism, another item that was 100% changed from its old version. And now we have a new version of it. I actually really like Telluric Shock in biomes. I actually think it's one of the best biome clearing skills in the game. Almost better than this thing, Lacerator. The only thing Lacerator has over it is that Lacerator hits monsters above you and Telluric Shock does not. So I think in that sense, this has to be in the C tier. And then once you get to a boss, something not named Concierge or Giant, you gotta get rid of it. Tentacle. Tentacle previously in the mean tier because, and I say this all the time, I feel as though my Tentacle gameplay, some of the best Tentacle you'll ever see. Actual Miles Morales in Dead Cells. But could I have played anything else and gotten through the game in half the time? Maybe. But Corrupted Power got buffed. Corrupted Power now gives you 50% bonus damage that this item never had. Is that enough to kill a monster? What if it is? So Saitama. Does not one-shot an Oven Knight. That's not really much for Saitama. Oh, I think they changed it to try to make it more consistent. You can't spam the square button and expect to actually get the dash attack. You have to wait like half a second. But I think they made it worse because you don't go as far. Well, that wasn't that bad. And I did one shot in Oven Knight thanks to Corrupted Power. What do y'all think? Tentacle, lots of bug fixes, should be way more reliable now. The gameplay is a little different. I have to retrain myself to actually do the punches. I think it's still no better than Meme, strictly because I can't kill anything unless I use Corrupted Power. Still a little clunky, I kind of agree with that. And like, brain usage is a little high still. Compare that to something like Boyax. Boyax brain usage, 0. Literally none required. And funny enough, I did this offline. I was thinking to myself, wow, I really want to get the tier list ready, but I want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about and I don't just blurt out stuff that's false. A single hit from Boyax does more damage than the first hit of Multi-Knock. It's like 70 damage versus, I want to say 50 damage, and then the rip is like 90 damage. So it's actually one of the strongest single target ranged weapons in the game. And when you go into stuff like Point Blank, Nutcracker, Ripper builds, Ammo Mutation, you can use Ammo Mutation and spam Boyaxes, and that will kill almost any monster in the game. That's kind of good. So I think it's actually S tier worthy. I don't like to use it as a primary because I feel like it's doing a disservice to all other items in the game. This is supposed to be a secondary item, I feel. And for some reason, it feels like a primary item. So, S tier. Kunai, however, Kunai feels a lot more like a secondary item, but it still kind of plays like a primary if you have the bullets to throw. Almost like Electric Whip, it targets all directions, it applies bleed. The bleed stacks with how much damage is on the actual knife itself. So for example, you can use a double damage knife. The bleeding also does double the damage. It's a good acrobatic pack enabler. So you put Gilded Yumi in the backpack, you get instant Yumis off of this. Good synergy as like Boomerang, Molotov, adds bleed for free, quote unquote free. Does it necessarily kill on its own? It will eventually. Maybe it takes a few more bullets compared to Carbine where you just throw it and forget it. But it's actually like kind of good. I like it. I think it's a low A at this point. I mean, a low S at this point, high A, because I want to be able to just kill the monster, and this is kind of stall tech. It just takes a couple of throws to kill the monster, just a couple. Thunder Shield, that's Thundaga Shield, S tier, hasn't really been changed. You do the parry, does damage around you. You do a parry again, it explodes around you and stuns enemies. You can hold the button down and that deals damage. The only nerf they did to this was back in the day, you could get poison on hit thunder shields. And if you do a parry, you do the thunder around you. And the thunder around you does poison or bleed. They got rid of that. And I feel like that takes it from being like supremely busted, it's a starter fix anyway, to being just good, overall good. Next, Tonic. Previously in the C tier, wow. I don't know why I had this in the C tier, but now that they removed the move speed on it, technically it should stay in this tier. The only thing that's new, Midas Blood. There's a scenario where you play Midas Blood with Tonic, you activate the Tonic. Actually, does that still work? I think they may have gotten rid of that. But you can farm almost infinite money by activating the blue shield and then simply tanking. The damage reduction is still nice, the blue shield is nice, but I feel like it's kind of hard to tank stuff nowadays. I'm at 52 grand. I did not get money for getting hurt from blue HP. Oh my god. Did I get money? Did anyone see? I feel like the answer is no. That time I did. It's such a long cooldown, 30 seconds? But the 30 seconds is only after the blue bar is gone. I think it may have been over nerfed. I think you can't have both. You can't have both the move speed gone and the reduced duration while it's active. Or if you are gonna have that, 30 seconds might be a little too much. So let's say, while it's not unusable, I probably don't take this anymore when I could be playing Ice Armor, Ice Grenade, Root Grenade, even Vampirism. I feel like this, I'd rather have Vampirism at like a later stage. Torch. Previously in the S tier. Torch is always really difficult for me to measure because I feel like Torch is really good. But do I want to play Torch on stream? The answer is no. It is probably the most boring stuff I could possibly showcase, but Torch plus No Mercy, really good. Porcupack Torch with Oil Sword, pretty good. I just never play it. But please trust me, please believe me when I say it's probably good. Just make sure you use No Mercy. Tornado. Previously in F tier, Tornado is actually worse now than it was in the past because Tornado used to knock away bombs, but, and this is a bug, it has not been knocking away bombs for me. So it's actually triple F tier right now. But I don't have that, so we're gonna keep it in the F. What makes Tornado so bad is that a lot of 4BC monsters don't care if they get knocked away. Yo, Scrappy with the 100. Thank you for that. Hope you're having a good, what day is today? Saturday? Good Saturday. Or Sunday if it's already Sunday where you are. A lot of monsters don't care about the Tornado. Tornado is on a long cooldown, it's 20 seconds. Tornado itself only applies oil, and that's it. Like if you would imagine you're hitting monsters multiple times, it'd be cool if it applied poison or something. It doesn't do anything. If it knocked away the bombs still, maybe we could get it out of the F tier, but I feel like it's not that great. Works wonders on small platforms, but I feel like if I'm on a small platform with a monster, that's Knife Dance. If I'm on a long platform with monsters and I use Tornado, all the monsters are now gone. And if it's like worst case scenario, it's a slasher and you're actually pulling the slashers to you because it goes out and comes back. And now all of a sudden, Rampager, Slasher, Thorny, all sitting on top of each other, running at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I don't like that. Twin Dagger. Yeah, we've been going solid 8 hours, slightly maidenless hours right now. Imagine a tier list being maidenless. That makes no sense. I'm helping people. I'm not out there doing something bad. D tier. And every time I put Twin Dagger in the D tier, Chat appears to not like that. As a matter of fact, all the craps up here, I'm gonna assume these are Twin Dagger players. Do I want more craps on the board? 173. Third strike critical. Probably pops every monster. Alright. In biomes. Can we get off the combo? Interrupted. Inquisitors seem to not like this, it seems. Red needs an attack speed mutation? Oh my god, that sounds incredible. Okay, V, tell us, why is this bad? That. You see how, even though I looked like I was on top of the monster, I missed? And sure, you can say that's a skill issue. V, you have 18,000 hours in this game, and you have played probably 3 hours of Twin Dagger. Bonus damage to burning, that doesn't count. Those monsters were on fire. I think the range is my only issue, but then again, like Dagger Prophet's range isn't all that great either. I mean, not gonna lie, it's certainly easier to play. The brain usage has decreased a little bit. It's only the reach that's the issue. Okay, I mean, I'm sold. I will partake of the Twin Dagger. I will buy 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Now, this compared to Hayabusa Gauntlets, though. Is what I saw better than Hayabusa's? Out the gate? Like, blow for blow, in a vacuum, it appears to be better than Hayabusa. When you pair it with, say, Phaser, I think Hayabusa might be better because Hayabusa has the better attack speed. So it flows better. The combo is better. I don't know if I'm willing to say that Twin Dagger, just as raw DPS, makes it a better weapon than Hayabusa's. I think Hayabusa's has a better gameplay, but what I just saw, being able to just slash the monster, if you land a slash, you are probably fine. I'm just a little afraid of the reach. And hey, this is a big upgrade. This thing was D tier for me. I get it. V, I want you to play this. I will play it, guaranteed. But for now, it is in the B tier. Valmont Whip, however, in the B tier. Valmont Whip. What I've been using for Valmont Whip lately is on tactics. I play like kunai, Molotov, or ice shards as like the front weapon. And then I do Valmont Whip on the back end. So like I throw and then whip at the same time. That's pretty good. As brutality, technically I can do the same thing with Molotov and kunai. So I think I've been kind of playing this wrong for the last, like, ever since they got rid of dual binding. Basically, when they got rid of dual binding, I stopped playing Valmont Whip. And now I'm back on my bullcrap by putting not 2 Valmonts together, but instead 1 fast weapon, usually a thrown weapon, and then 1 Valmont together. You swipe from square to triangle or X to Y, then you throw and hit. And I think that's kind of good. Is it better than these 2? I want to say no. Like, it's only as good as the other stuff I had. Which these are kind of like in the same boat, except Twin Dagger is actually kind of good on its own. Valmont, you have to deal with Oven Knights and actually break through the shield. It's not bad. It really isn't. I just don't know if I'm willing to put it in the A tier. I think some of this stuff is so much easier to use than Valmont Whip. And like, yes, these are easier than Valmont, but I would rather use a lot of these over these two. So I think it's gonna stay in the B tier. I tried playing with V-Whip today. Doesn't sit right with you. What's a good build? I think try Ice Shards. So if it's tactics, Ice Shards, Valmont Whip with Tranquilo. If it's brutality, Ice Shards, well, I guess Molotov, Valmont Whip with melee mutation. The melee is to make sure that the monster doesn't close the gap on you after you hit it with the whip the one time. But as tactics, you don't need that because Boyax and Ice Shards do the same thing. I kind of dissuaded against Boyax because I think Boyax could just kill everything because it's S tier. But that, hey, it's a build, right? You can Ripper that too, right? That's interesting. Anyway, we did Valmont. Vampirism, previously in the F tier. Vampirism has changed. It is now an item that will eat an X amount of HP, starting at 40%, and goes up to 20%. At max, it will eat 20% of your life. You have 10 seconds to go and get 20% back. Survival weapons like your War Spear, not War Spear anymore, oops. Iron Staff, Toothpick, Wrecking Ball, all give you back 4% per attack. So at 20% loss, it only takes 5 attacks, be the net even. For brutality weapons, like your Dagger Prophet, your Swift Sword, all of that gives you 2% per swipe. That means 10 attacks to get all your HP back, which is a lot, but it is doable on those kind of weapons. If you do not take it only in late game, if you're taking it early, you will probably not net neutral. You will probably net negative. So that means you will probably not be using Vamp until after the first boss. After the first boss, honestly, it's free reign. You can kind of use it whenever you want if you're playing a build that actually cares to have Vamp. When you're playing survival, you could technically just use a shield with what doesn't kill me. That gives your HP back. If you're playing brutality, you don't really have an option for that, but you can't use it with slow weapons in brutality like Impaler or War Spear. It needs to be like pretty fast DPS. So I think it's not an F, and I think it might be better than a D because it itself, you use it for a specific build. It does not trigger Vengeance, but does trigger move speed for stuff like Swift Sword. Would you use it outside of Swift Sword? The answer kind of depends on you. It's like a budget corrupted power. It does poison clouds, electricity, covers the ground with oil that burns. It does all of that stuff. All you need is to activate it and not net negative, and you're good. Hopefully, maybe. Vorpan. Vorpan, S tier Vorpan. V, how on earth is this an S tier, but Assassin's Dagger is not? How? Non-critical, 134, 161. Crits enemies that face you. It will crit Mama Tick, where Assassin's Dagger does not. I also like to consider Vorpan as one of the best combos in the game. Okay, confirm, no crit. But look how fast that is. Of course, it's not better than Balance Blade, I think. I think Balance Blade is a superior version of this. And then again, Balance Blade is just like overall good. So I'm willing to bring it out of the S. I don't know if I really want it to be... This is hard. I really don't know about Balance Blade. I want to believe it's an A tier item, Balance Blade that is, and not an S tier. And that might be like it's one of these, it's just really high up there in the A rank. But I don't want to believe that it's an S. I'm a hater, I think. Just a Balance Blade hater. If I were a Javelin, I would be a B rank item. Yo, I used to use Javelin all the time. Now I only ever use Javelin when I'm playing Nutcracker, which makes actually 0 sense. Sometimes I use it when what? When do I actually use this thing? Like legitimately in a run that isn't Nutcracker. It'd be kind of cool with ice shards. Like if you throw this, teleport onto them, and now they have oil, and you spam ice shards. If it did poison on hit, Satyr Stiletto would be incredible, but it just doesn't do that. Yeah, if you're teleporting into the monster, maybe you can do Electric Whip. But outside of that, there's not a lot of options as to I am finally where I want to be. I guess Shrapnel Axe is the closest thing. I'm finally here on the monster's body, and I can spam my attacks on it while tactics. Nutcracker, very good at that. I guess this is an example of good, but not if you have low melees because you're speed running. So I'm gonna bring it down only because I can't think of a scenario where I want to teleport in with Javelin and then melee besides Nutcracker. There is Shrapnel Axe, which might be that, but the issue with Shrapnel is that I'd rather use an actual ranged item as my secondary item so I get the benefit of Ripper. There is stuff like Valmont Whip, but I feel like I'm too close after doing the teleport. I mean, you could say, well, V, just use another ranged item like Boomerang, but why am I teleporting in if I have Boomerang? Why would I not just fish out attacks with Boomerang? And of course, there's the speedrun stuff. We don't really consider the speedrun stuff for this. So I think I'm gonna leave that in the C tier. We're almost done. We're almost done. Hang in there, everybody. War Spear got nerfed. It was in the A tier. I think the A tier was actually a disservice. I think this is actually an S tier back in 2.4. But it got nerfed, so it's no longer considered a heavy weapon. I think maybe that nerf was in update 2.4, and we moved it out of the S and into the A. And A is actually really, really good. Probably better than these two. Probably still worthy of being an S, just to say that. Because like, to bring it in the same tier as this thing, not correct. To do it in the same tier as this thing, not correct. But these are still better than some of the survival stuff down here. So I think it's still good. It's just not giga busted like it was in the past. It didn't get a free 40% bonus damage. It didn't get victims slow nearby targets. It's now balanced, but it's strong, which is honestly a good point to be in. Wave of Denial, B rank. I actually really like Wave of Denial. It's really good. It interrupts monsters. I think that's probably the best thing about it. Like, the knockback is fun against all of your slashers and lacerators and stuff like that. But in my opinion, the real bonus to Wave of Denial is when you're fighting Mamatic or Conjunctivius. It's charging up an attack. You do the knockback, it cancels the attack. And then you keep going for more damage. It's invisible power that you don't really learn except from tribal knowledge. And the better you get at those interrupts, the better it is. I don't think it's a S tier because it can't really kill outside of small biome monsters, which, in all honesty, tactics usually doesn't need help clearing biomes. So this is kind of like a utility item to me where we're really using it to interrupt bosses. Okay, so previously, we had Wings of the Crow in the S tier. And you might be scratching your head on that, V. You can't pilot Wings of the Crow to save your life. How in the world is this an S tier weapon? It was S tier because of bosses and free kills on bosses. But I think that has been nerfed. Specifically, Hand of the King. If we can flotate over Hand of the King, it's still good. If not, it has been nerfed. And I really think it's been nerfed. It's in the patch notes. Hand of the King now has an easier time hitting players in the sky. Let's let him do this first. And then I'll do this. He's trying. He's spamming his up attack? Is that new? That's new tech. I played this game for 18 million hours and he has never been able to do multiple up swipes. Ever. Except in 0 BC. Oh yeah. So the other issue with Wings of the Crow right now, so not only is it not completely immune to Hand of the King, it also, so if you all look at this, see how I can just jump up this with absolutely no issue? When I use Wings of the Crow, I can't. This is new. This was not in the game prior to this patch. I think basically they made it so that, I don't know. I have no idea why that's in there. I reported it as a bug. But if they say, well, we don't want you traversing the entire biome with Wings of the Crow, we just want you to be like in a specific area, you turn it off and then turn it back on. I think that's kind of bad. Is it enough to put it in the F tier? I would say no, because Wings of the Crow still does stuff that I'm really enjoying. It adds lightning to your attacks. It gives you extra speed. Allows you to zoom through biomes. It's just that's a little rough. I'm definitely taking it down one notch. Do I take it down more notches? Just for that. Maybe it's not usually good. Like when I think about usually good, Wings of the Crow perhaps does not fit that all the time. It was an instant take because if I'm going against Hand of the King and you take that, you win. Just plain and simple. I think I like it in the B tier. I think it's a low-key sleeper hit. Just there's a little bit of bugs to it that need to be fixed. That's all. Wolf Trap. S tier. Literally an item that you get in the beginning of the game is S tier. How does Wolf Trap work? Every time you hit the enemy that is Wolf Trapped, Wolf Trap does bonus damage to that enemy. It's a little yellow number that flies off just like Hokuto's bow, and it works. You can snare all bosses except for the giant. And I want to say that's it. Scarecrow and Hand of the King don't snare for as long. They pop out of it relatively quickly, but it does work. Enough for you to land like 1 or 2 nutcrackers while you're using Crusher. A matter of fact, any build that you're running Crusher is probably a build that you can run Wolf Trap, and just those two together is almost enough to beat the game. Almost. You do need some kind of button besides them. Wrenching Whip. Previously a D tier placeholder. I just played Wrenching Whip the other day in the Nuzlocke. For those who don't know the Nuzlocke, you get to play a limited build with not a lot of options to you. And Wrenching Whip was my first legendary that I picked up. And I was like, oh snap, we got a legendary that's a free clear through the Nuzzle. It did nothing. In fact, I don't think Wrenching Whip does anything at any time. Except it pierces shields. But so does every other whip. I think the issue with Wrenching Whip is that it kind of fills a similar niche that Valmont Whip does. Valmont Whip might just kill the enemy on the spot. Wrenching Whip instead prolongs the fight, and I don't know why. Like, it's cool that you can dance on an enemy, you bring it in, and I guess that might be the actual vision of the item, the fantasy. The fantasy is that you whip an enemy and you pull it to you, and you kick it. But, like, isn't that just Grapple Hook? Doesn't Grapple Hook do that, but buff your attack and it stuns the enemy? And it's on only a 3-second cooldown? Why would I need Wrenching Whip when Grapple Hook exists? I just don't know what I would want this to be. I like the ability to pull monsters in, but I think Wrenching Whip needs to do something completely different, because right now I feel like it's outclassed by Grapple Hook. I know Grapple Hook uses a skill shot, I get it. I don't want, like, that's not good enough to put on a primary attack, I feel. Alright, we're almost done. Barrel Launcher. Barrel Launcher in the C tier. Barrel Launcher, I like it until I shot the queen while she was doing, like, Reality Slash. She had all the cuts out. I launched the Barrel Launcher. It hit a Reality Slash and killed me. It deals damage on everything, but I feel like not bosses. I feel like, a matter of fact, it's worse on bosses without the brain usage. Like, you go to the wall, you shoot a barrel at the wall, it bounces to Concierge. Unless he hits it back to you, it's good damage. Mama Tick, you can't really do the bounce tech, because guaranteed she knocks it back at you. Conjunctivious, again, no bounce tech, because I don't know if a tentacle beats it. Like, if a tentacle is going across the map and a barrel is going to it, does it still make a sound? I don't know. Giant, you can't do the knock because the walls are too far. Timekeeper, she does spinning shurikens. I think that would actually knock it back to you. There's just too many bosses and too many options to beat the barrel. I still think it's good in biomes though, so I'm willing to keep it in a C, and then you just use a boss killing weapon, like maybe boy axe on bosses, machete and pistol on bosses. That might be a thing. Cocoon. Previously in the S tier, because it is a literal shield that you do not have to run a shield. But not only is it a parry button, it also does a wave of denial, basically. It's wave of denial without the strict timing. Even if you miss the parry, the chance of you getting a knockback on the monster, delaying its attack, slowing it down, very, very free to do when you're using Cocoon. It's like super easy. The only reason I don't use it very often is when I'm playing the stream, I like to showcase my skills, and I feel like the Cocoon doesn't do that enough. But then we took it into the Queen, and we made the joke about the Daigo parry in the Queen fight. She does Reality Slash. You can actually Cocoon Reality Slash, and it counts as a parry, and it does do damage to her. I never knew that until the one day I tried it. It was amazing. So I'm gonna keep it in the S. I don't play it all that often because I want to showcase other stuff, but I do recommend that you, the viewer, try it more often. All right, Lantern. Also in the S tier. Apparently, I have a lot of S tier stuff, which is really a good place to be in when you're a dev. When Evil Empire Motion Twin sees this, they're probably giving each other a round of applause. Everybody's getting a raise today. We finally got more S and A rank items than everything else. Good job, devs. But we're not done yet. There may be more. I think this is still good. I think it's best while Brutality, because you get melee mutation. That allows you to roll your soul collection more, and you're using that plus ammo mutation and just using all your ammo on the bosses. While you're playing Tactics, you do get the advantage of Tranquilo. That gives you bonus damage on every bullet that you fire, but the soul collection might be a little harder. Predator, also very good in helping you get souls, if not some of the best way to get souls. So we're gonna keep this in the S tier, very, very strong. Hattori's Katana. Previously in the C tier, and I will tell you right now, I'm a katana hater. I don't know why people like this weapon. Like, yeah, it's flashy. Yeah, I can get the Bato Sai and do really good stuff on stream. But I may as well just play anything else. Rapier, Balance Blade, Impaler, Swift Sword, Twin Dagger, I guess. Now, you all have convinced me Twin Dagger is better than Katana. The only thing I have seen that I saw on Reddit, I think. So the one thing I've seen on Reddit was someone said that you can hold down Katana, use Grapple, and I guess that works. Didn't come out. And like, that's cool, I guess. You can store a charge if you roll right before one. Okay, so I might be rolling too soon. That's sick. Like that. Wait, what? I did 2 charges. Like, if I know how to do this stuff on purpose, it's actually kind of sick. Okay, he's just doing them. I have no idea what I'm doing. Katana abuse would make it S tier? I hope so, but on the Veedotme channel, I don't think it's working. Or at least not in the way that it's intended. I won't deduct a point from it. I'm gonna keep it in the C tier, but it's supposed to be better than that. Iron Staff, previously in the A tier. I actually have been using Iron Staff with Vampirism lately, where like you fail the parries and you get the option to vamp out of it. It's actually really good at healing you with Vamp. Like, the attack speed is just good enough that 4% healing, you'll get all that HP back. And been able to maintain full HP off Vamp using this thing. I actually really like it in that regard. I think it's still A tier worthy. I think overall gameplay, brain usage, etc., this is probably better. Outside of Vamp, what would you use it for? It's literally just I'm playing Iron Staff. I guess you don't have a shield. No, you'll probably still use Bloodthirsty for something like the Giant. I think that's still super useful. There's not a lot of like secondary items to rock with this thing because you want the monster to swing at you. We have these things. Lightning Rods in the B tier. As far as bombs go, Tactics doesn't have a lot of bombs in the kit. V, what do you mean by a bomb exactly? So what I mean by bombs is that you have one monster in front of you and you need to just pop it right away. Having it exist on the map for too long is bad. But lightning rods, when you place 2 of them down, it does 150 damage and then the lightning after. All right, so a single powerful grenade. 193. When I use the 2 thingies, I saw 75, 75, and then just a little bit of lightning. Not really a ton of lightning. 5 seconds? That didn't look like 5 seconds to me. Yeah, that's like 3 seconds at best. Maybe even only 2 seconds. But it's actually stronger than Powerful Grenade. And I think it could fill the same niche if you're doing an actual boss. What makes the Lightning Rod so difficult to use is that you're incentivized to move beyond the monsters. You want to keep going until you can place the other one, and then the lightning is in between. But you can go too far and die from it, because now you're aggroing too many monsters. and that could be a problem. So I think it's okay in the B tier. I think Wave of Denial for actual crowd control is better. I feel like it might be up one into the A tier, but I don't know if I want to use it. I think I gotta try it more often. All right, we have 5 more. We're gonna pretend that this is a Hyperlight Drifter Sword, and this is Machete and Pistol. Sickle in the B tier. I'm gonna go out and tell you right now, this thing is better than the B. I gotta convince myself that it's not an S. And I feel like S tier sickles. What build do I not run sickles on? Crossbow builds. But is that really like, you should say it's bad because you can't use it with crossbows? Probably not. Do I use it with marksman bow? No, I don't. But is that because the sickles are bad? No, that's because we're saying to use marksman bow, which is not good. I think this is probably one of my favorite skills in the game. Is it as potent as the Lacerator? Maybe not, but I think it's still cool overall. What's wrong with the crossbows? Nothing. It's just that I shouldn't say that the sickles are not an S purely because I don't want to run it with repeater crossbow. Like that's a repeater crossbow issue, and repeater crossbow in its own right is an S tier. It doesn't want sickles. That's crowding it. You want to keep those separated. Serenade in the A tier. Serenade is actually an enabler of the Fire Blast gameplay that we know is like giga busted. Serenade is also, when you're playing Fire Blast as a primary attack, it is a excellent oil source. Where you're not running oil grenade, you get oily Serenade to just smack every monster, and now you get crits. Never before seen rare stealth power on Serenade. The actual swap mechanic, the way how I play Serenade, is I focus on a primary build. I let Serenade do its thing, and then when I'm ready on a boss that's fully stacked up, then I swap, then I swing like 5 times, and then I go back. I don't say, for example, mark, swing, mark, swing, mark, swing. That's too much. You're better off just focusing on the Fire Blast until you're ready to swap, and then after 5 swings and swapping backward, the monster's probably dead. And by monster, I mean boss, Conjunctivius, Mama Tick, etc. Also very good on low ammo bows and ranged items like Hemorrhage or Infantry Bow. Gives you the ability to rock Ripper if you really want to, but if you don't, you can just play Serenade while you're waiting for your ammo to come back. Which I actually think is very potent. Snake Fang. Previously in the S tier, and this is difficult because I feel like a lot of people struggle with Snake Fangs. I was using it dual bound with Ice Shards. Obviously we can't do that anymore, but we found a really fun build not too long ago where you use it with Blowgun, where the Blowgun starts off your poison and you get to go in with Snake Fang and you just alternate, and eventually you'll have the 5 stacks for the actual crits. But I'm still a firm believer in just using Snake Fang as a primary. While Brutality, you're playing... What are you playing? You're playing Melee Mutation along with Predator that allows you to go through the biomes without any danger. When you're playing Tactics, you're using potentially Ripper with something like Boy Axe or Blowgun, or you could maybe use Corrupted Power with Wave of Denial. And I think that's pretty potent. It's like by the time the monster's ready to do something against you, you just knock them backwards and you go back in and keep slashing. If you go into too many monsters and now you're scared, just Wave of Denial, knock them all away. You could also use Cocoon. It's just the only issue with that, rocking both of these, is now all of your DPS is on the Snake Fangs, which might be a problem. So you need to either use Wave or Cocoon and then opt in some kind of good rolling DPS, like either the Owl or Lacerator. I think Corrupted Power might be okay too. I just don't know if Corrupted Power buffs your poison damage. I feel like the answer is probably no. Alright, we have 2 more. And I want to apologize. Unfortunately, I didn't have the actual file images. We had Machete and Pistol in the B tier, but Machete was like really not good. I put it in B tier strictly based on the other weapons in the crossover. We'll pretend this is our Machete. So the issues with the Machete, technically it's been buffed too. It's been buffed multiple times, as a matter of fact. The latest one, it now ignores shields. Oven Knight, Rampager, or Ramus, I should say, that's a Thorny, Shield Bearer, all get hit by the actual pistol itself. I think that's pretty good. I don't know if I'm willing to put that in the B tier, because I feel like if I'm gonna say Katana is a C, then I should probably say that Machete and Pistol is a C. Like, there's probably no better than each other, at least in terms of my own tier list. Do you think Corrupted Power is viable as off-color survival? We did move it up to a B strictly because of that reason. So yeah, it's probably usable. I should probably play it more often to really show how I feel about it. I skip it too often. It's just that there's other stuff out there that I think I'd rather play, like higher tier stuff that really makes more sense. And finally, let's use the blurry curse sword here. So this is hard light sword and gun. I did have this here in the A tier when this is really just comparing it to each other. Hard light sword's mark damage is now weaker at low marks and stronger at high marks. So not really nerfed, not really buffed, a little bit equalized. I think it's good. It's just a little bit of brain usage, oops, that maybe you don't really want to do. Oh god, is it stuck now? Are you kidding me? Okay, ignore this. It's fun to be able to load in bullets. You go in, slash. As tactics, I feel like that's really good. Brutality gives you the option of, because with tactics you get acrobatic pack, so every bullet with the gun is more potent than a brutality bullet. As brutality, yeah, you could do acrobatic pack as well, but I feel like you may as well go with your melee mutation, your combo. Maybe you're running initiative, I don't know. But really the main focus for the brutality version is to make sure you can do the slashes. And I feel like the main goal of the tactics version is to potentially kill monsters with the gun, if you have the option. So I think it's not quite an A because the brain usage is a little high. I think it's better than a C because if you put in a little bit of hours, just a little bit, it's good. Acrobatic pack what with it? I would probably acrobatic pack Gilded Yumi or maybe even Frost Blast. I think if you don't want to do Gilded Yumi, Frost Blast is probably the best bet. That way you get to load in multiple bullets while it's slowed and then slash normally. If you want to kill the enemy, it's probably Gilded Yumi. I think you gotta review it. I think I like what I see. The only thing I'm on the fence of right now, I'd say, is Balanced Blade. All of this looks good. Maybe Vorpan is a little questionable. Twin Dagger. Freaking Twin Dagger. Staffy, a little questionable. But I don't want to put it any lower. I think it's okay to use. I just think you could have used anything else and it'd been superior. Wrecking Ball, I feel awful about. I really want Wrecking Ball up, but again, for Susie, I really don't think you tell Susie that this is higher than a D. I don't want you all to lose. And then I feel good about my F tiers. I think this is it. I think we're locking it in. Just remember, Veedotme editor. We gotta change the 2 blurry things to Heartlight Sword and Machete and Pistol. Update 29? That's what we're on right now, right? The accessibility Pog date. Download me. Yo, here it is in all its glory. Now, here's the real ratings up here. You are free to do whatever you want, chat. I'm not gonna say anything. I just want you to go and give me a something. If you want to give it a crap, you can do that. If you want to do a little, you know, little something, I would not mind a heart or a smile, but I'm not telling you what to do around here. You can do whatever you want. Definitely big thank you everyone in the chat. This was huge. I've been waiting years, literal years, to do a tier list. I don't know what other tier list I could do. Ice cream tier list? Wait, why is this like super accurate? Did I really do this? I don't think I believe in the coffee as a C tier. And I don't know what Dinosaur Crunch is. But everything else, honestly though, honestly, this is golden.